Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? I'm trying to see if I can get through some issues with the end of day report. We didn't get a bunch of the options data last night. It was like 32 tickers, and it was all the ones we care about. How low can FSLR go? Let's see. I might be able to answer that. Oh, but that's still yesterday's open. Interesting. Like 230. If it loses 240, did it lose 240? $240 should be pretty supportive too. Oh, okay. It's just testing 40. Discord. Yeah, I'm working on it. Ant-Man, welcome to Zillionaire, dude. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Strange audio bug. Okay, hold on. There it goes. Okay, that's better.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Ant-Man made it. That's who I asked about gifting billionaires to. Okay. Awesome. Would you like the test of 19,000 on MQ this morning? That was fucking ridiculous. Ooh. ES slipped the prior high already. Curious. Yeah, ES just pushed through 53.46. It's trying to stabilize a little bit, but it might not. Fucking VIX at 1150 this morning. Well, hopefully that's the profit taking on weeklies for FSLR. FSLR dead? No, it's not dead. It ran $60 in fucking 2 days. Give it a chance. Calls were supposed to be for fucking September anyway. It just fucking launched. Cursed audio, yeah. Any updates on BNet? Oh, no. I mean, there's not much to say about it. It's either going to go back over $1 or it's not. Looks like it's climbing back up pretty quickly after the overnight drop. Surprised it hasn't halted yet. The fuck? Excuse me? What the fuck is this shit? No kidding, no home runs. 63% at the money IV. BNED getting slammed. It's done nothing but run since open. I loved how you made everyone a bunch of money on BNED. We should do that more often. I have a feeling that sometime in the next several days, you're going to find out just how many people lost money on BNED. Because they'll be asking things like, why is BNED down? And saying things like, BNED getting slammed after it's just gone up 20% in the last 13 minutes. Was your 230 your PT for AMAT? Yeah. Yeah, it didn't have a lot of interest built to the upside of that. Uh-oh, he's on to us. We'll support it futures 53.41. That was a big fucking overnight sell-off. Hmm. Close a little bit of the gap. Another leg down. Ooh, fuck. That was a pretty strong support there for SPX. Nvidia's having a pretty good morning. Netflix still diving down. Apple got hit. Oh, Apple below 190. Google got rejected. AMD's still doing good. Enphase fell a little. Shimano down. Cat's up. So breadth is kind of okay. Costco's down. Interesting. Oops. BNet's still trading like absurd volume. These puts are all priced like they're going in the money. Low volume would be a key indicator it's done squeezing then. Yeah, a big drop off in volume would be something to watch out for. FSLR back to 200 fast? No, I don't think so. They're going to get some weeklies closing out here because of the drop away from 50. But there's still support there's support at 40 and at 30. There's plenty of call interest. Although nothing is immune to the market selling off this hard. If the market does find support, though, we could find ourselves in a very good position to re-enter some stuff. Yeah, ES has dropped 63 points since since this morning. This morning's high. I mean, it's fucking selling off hard. Is inflation bad? Yeah. PMI hot, hot, hot. Like how hot? Ooh, fuck. It's okay, guys. The economy is not overheating. Don't worry. This is because of Jensen's AI factories. A 54? Yeah, global composite 54.4, manufacturing 50.9, global services 54.8. There's so much for the breathing room and labor. You missed a pigeon whale upgrade from guitar stuff. Dude, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. You've now risen above the pores and joined the elite. Now, when you lose money, it's because you wanted to. Congratulations.
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Uh-oh, market crash? Did you ink your deal yet? What was the site we used way back for slightly delayed OI info? SIBO? I just woke up. Why are we going straight down? Well, initially because we were overbought into a bunch of sold calls, and then because PMI is hotter than you in that little outfit, honestly. You know which one I'm talking about. Ooh, nice. Yeah, exactly. Jimmy's like not even part of the market. No, not that one. The one with the pretty colors. That's the one I was talking about. Greg, is this momentum? Yes. I don't know why I overpaid for this put, but I'm really glad I did. I don't know if there's any fucking support here. 5280? I mean, really, we could drop all the way to like 5250 or 5175. There is no support. Right? That's what we've been talking about all week, because there's no downside support. Maybe 5,300. Disliked and unsubbed. I want to miss you, Popcorn. Can you explain the PMI numbers? I'm almost there. They're super hot. It means that sectors are expanding very, very quickly. Call Delta is just dropping so hard right now. Really, it's just going to be looking at bounces and taking profit on consolidation. Are we going to get any consolidation? Maybe. At least the MM's not like positioned terribly for this. Like we're not. The MM's not going like negative Vana. At least not yet. Holy fuck! What a drop. See, everyone was bussing last night. And it's times like these where you need to suss the hardest. I'm at retesting 220 before more EPIs. I don't know, I'm at still like stable, but it's gonna get hit hard by the market sell-off. It's very heavily weighted. Nice open though. I closed my short puts, which was either really smart or partially retarded. Are you speaking English? No. Spoken like a true intellectual. When others be bussin', stay sussin', Warren Buffett. For real, for real. Oh, on God, no cap. I was trying to hit my lucky stops. They're trying to create support. But the sell side volume is just as high as it was before. It's almost higher. I wonder if we tested Gamma Max there, Dork. Never know, because we don't have any fucking data. It's not your fault. It's distinctly Opera's fault, but I'm still angry about it. How do they get away with that? Guys, we're not going to report data today. Get fucked. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe none of the MMs got data and they were like, well, I guess we need to hedge back to yesterday. A little bounce here. How about I get data from Robinhood? And there's the short vol. That's pretty spicy. Greg, are you out of EPAM? Because the options chain is dead and the price won't move, so Theta will just eat the position? No. Thinking whether to cut or average down currently on the dip. I might add some more. There's usually not a lot of options interest on EPAM, but that's just kind of the way the chain is. Show me you've got bulls so I can buy more puts for a discount. Interesting. If you're looking to enter BNED, what would you be looking for? I wouldn't. I already made money on it. I don't know. Maybe if it breaks like 90 cents or something. You want the delta to tick back up on the dollar call. Not that it actually hasn't dropped that much. It's like 0.66. So it's not that much of the hedge has actually fallen off. But I don't like the decline in volume. That's not a good sign. Let's see. I think most of the shorting is probably done around here. So we'll see if it can start to bounce back. Oh no, not a gap. There's 45% of the free float short exempt vol to cover today from Tuesday. That's not real. If you said if ES is bullish and SPX bearish or vice versa, trust ES. Any other similar heuristics when it comes to ES or ES volume? I mean, ES volume is like it's the dominant in like index, right? So I mean, pretty much in all situations, SPX is going to follow whatever ES is doing. Like I've only ever seen like a significant divergence between the two, like once or twice. And it's really, really rare. There's some truth to that regarding like the NQ and ES relationship as well. NQ is a lot more illiquid. Just as an index, it's a less liquid index, right? Go EV's under 250. How far out are you selling your puts? July? About BNet, are you seeing that they may have made the position more manageable, or was the short attack this morning now a risky attempt to stay in the short position? It could be a risky attempt. They did open more out of the money strikes on the June 21st expiry, but I'm not sure that matters. There's also now 35,000 OI at the $2 strike. So the Vega risk to the upside is significantly higher now, right? Than it was yesterday. I mean, we had what, like 400,000, 500,000 volume in the pre-market off of a 280 million volume push. I mean, there's definitely more juice in the pipe. But if they can keep netting off below $1, then yeah, they might be able to stabilize it. It's gonna be hard. Delta on those calls is still pretty high. Leaving just fucking gaps all over the place here. Weak bounce too from the bulls. There's like no strength in it. They're gonna need to pick up quite a lot more volume and get vol much further down. There's nowhere to push vol. I'd say consolidate here and then see if we can make like a bigger move. The fucking IV on 0 DTEs is honestly, it's too high for them to get any kind of pump. A 21% vol at the money call. It's fucking $10. Vol's priced like VIX is trading at like 18. I sold my last BNet October at a 500% gain. I appreciate your work. Nice, dude. Well done. They still have Vega risk if they're sold, BMG. It doesn't matter if they're bought or sold, right? They still have Vega. If they get close to the money, the MM has to hedge it. I'm feeling real dumb here. Chicago Fed National Activity Report is way down. PMI way up. This seems conflicting as TradingView says they measure similar things. They really don't. Okay, sorry, I'm looking at SPX. What was it? CFNAI. So CFNAI measures like inflation in business cycles, right? And it does that with like by collecting like surveys. And then S&P's methodology for PMI is a bit different than ISM. So I think they also do a survey, but it's through it's like a survey of the businesses rather than like like so what's the best way to put this? All right, so S&P PMI is serving the businesses directly, right? And then Chicago National Activity Index is surveying like sector related like agencies, right? So they'll survey like unions and they'll survey like labor agencies, they'll survey it's like small business associations, like local small business associations in their districts, right? But not the companies directly. And S&P is going and getting their surveys from the companies directly. So it's yeah, they don't really measure. So one of them kind of measures the sentiment of the sector, and one of them's directly measuring growth in the sector. If that makes any sense. All right. S&P is just gently testing positive delta here at 315. We'll see if that turns around or if we can get a continuation off that, but I should set a stop. Little stop. In case we break above positive delta instead of getting rejected on it. If we do get rejected on it, I want to buy 440. Cool. Interesting. So VIX back up, back to 12. If indexes bounce, I want to go long. FSLR is almost fully recovered. Jesus fucking Christ. Freight train. Actual fucking freight train. Oh, I got stopped. Tomorrow's gonna be spicy. Maybe. Today might be spicy. Yeah, durable goods. We're gonna find out analysts are projecting lower durables demand, but there's actually lots of durables demand. Shock. Glorp, I did it. I hedged my Vega pooties with an XSP bull spread yesterday, sub 5,300. I sold it this morning for 100% profits before open. I do trades good now. How did you sell a spread for 100% profits before expiration? Oh, okay. Never mind. I see what you're saying. Nice. Yes. Did good, you done. No, you don't really care. You don't really care about the Vega and the 280s for September. They're not that expensive. I mean, they're way more expensive than they were a few days ago, but Gherkin. I didn't buy puts at the bottom. Are you British? No. How many pigeon wheels are there? I don't know, like 60 or something. I'll have to do attendance. Why are you so offended by being British? Well, because I'm not. You make 6K a month from pigeon whales? No. YouTube makes closer to that than I do. I get some percentage of it, but I don't know how much it is. Like 40, 60, 60, 40, something like that. All of that bullshit for 30 fucking bucks. I thought you were British. Moved to New York to be able to buy Neapolitan pizza and be back in time for MOASS. No, I used to live in England when I was a kid. I got stopped out on the red candle. Congratulations. Which red candle? On FSLR? Time to change platform to OnlyFans. They probably take even more money. No, on SPX. Oh, okay. I bought a call. It was doing all right. Nice. Then they sold a bunch of them. That do be how it goes. What's the current GPM collar at? And when set to expire roll? End of July. I think. Excuse me. I think the current sold calls are at 55.65, and the long puts are at like 49.70. The short puts are way down at like 41.85. Be Ned, be dead. Is it though? What a hot take. Yeah, it's still much higher than it was 2 days ago. I mean, I guess it's only 160% higher than it opened 2 days ago. How's gold looking at these levels? That's a good question. I think if it finds support, fine. Although it didn't find support at 2350. And it's just below the long-term trend on the daily. So might get a pullback to like 2300. I think the elevated prices on it will hang out for a while, but sell off here is not that weird. BNet on life support? No. I'm pretty sure there's more than the float locked up in the 50 cent call. Um and they're simply just not hedging the dollar call properly. So it just depends on if it bounces or if there's a surge of covering. Just wait till it breaks out or there's some kind of confirmation of a move to the upside before YOLOing your life savings in, right? I didn't jump into BNED. What was the play there? It was actually, I bought it for a long-term like buy and hold, but shorts came in with the share offering and kind of put themselves underwater. Then someone came in and bought like 9.9% of the company, which triggered a little squeeze. Is the BNet squeeze still in the room with us? Well, it's traded 25 million volume today. It's down 40%, but still up 150% day over day. 160. It's up to you. I'm not here to convince you that it's bullish. That's not my job. I already made my money. If you didn't make money on it, you suck. I mean, like, you really suck. You probably shouldn't ever do this again. It went up 740%. Hey, now, I was just asking. Mm-hmm. Sure you were. What's the end phase play? Just like sympathy with FSLR. Also, the options were really cheap for September. They also benefit from the trade sanctions, but they're more exposed to gallium, so it's not nearly as bullish. Why am I chasing my losses in snow? I just loaded the boats on calls. I don't know. Let the record show. I told you my shares were up 575%. Those were sold, Papa. See, you're feeling very singled out right now, but I'm talking to everybody. Is every fund on earth selling out of tech and buying NVIDIA? I mean, a little bit. NVIDIA's going to rack up a bunch of sold calls at 1050, though, from the ETFs. That'll probably be Short-term bearish once it finds a resistance. For those of us who didn't make any money because we didn't play it, should we also never do this again? No, you're doing great. GoEV just gonna get shorted until placed on reg show, then up it goes. Possibly. It's definitely being shorted today. Quite a bit, actually. Probably shorted until enough short puts build up to push the hedge down. The CSPs still have a really high yield, so I mean a lot of people are selling them. Is GoEV under 250 a better entry for June cover calls? If you're selling the 250, yes. Because the 250 is 42 cents right now. The stock's at 241. So, you know, on assignment, you'd be buying shares at a 40-cent discount to spot. Like 208, 207. It's a 16.8% yield. Even the buy right's like half of that. $0.21. That's for 29 days too. The buy right at 57 days is 53 cents. That might actually be better. Yeah, it's a 21.2% yield. Ooh. Can you tell me what you want? What you really, really want? Maybe. Hmm. Do you two a Spice Girls chat? No, not Fubo. GoEV. GoEV sold July CSPs. For 65 cents. That sounds about right. Yeah, 60 cent on the last. It's 24% yield for 57 days. How long will it be before AMC passes NVIDIA in float size after their 10-to-1 split? You know what? If NVIDIA splits, it's probably going to wreck the share price. ETFs are gonna sell, and the options chain's gonna get blown out. Happened to Tesla too. Also happened to Nvidia last time they split. Although it'll probably hit like 1,500 a share before the split. Are you ignoring my question if you're out of Apple? Yeah, I was out of Apple yesterday. I still have some 87.50, 85. Sold bull put spreads. So it puts until June 7th, then calls. Got it. Puts until June 7th. On what? The video? No, you don't want to buy puts into the split. You want to buy puts after the split when the options chain switches over. Because all of the in the money like leaps that are supportive are gonna exercise out in order to capture the split before the options chain is rolled over. Head and shoulders on the SPX 1 minute. Yeah, a little bit. Gap fill. There we go. I didn't see your GM. Interesting thesis. Okay. Maybe. Now that the GME crowd is 80% gone, do you actually have any GME? I have some naked calls at like $40 that I sold. Those don't expire till the end of the month. Not a lot of them. Like 10 left. NVIDIA made minutes feel like a nothing burger. Well, until we mean reverted right back to where we closed yesterday. Boo? Boo what? Do you think I was gonna let Kenny short the volatility all by himself? Rude. We're a guest in his house. I was wondering if I should move my FSLR Junes to September today. Could if you want to. Are calls being bought on SPX? They haven't been for quite some time. I don't know if they're being bought today. At least not far out of the money. We didn't get any data update last night because Opera was suspiciously down. Guest in his house? I'm absolutely peeing on the dude's rag. That's also rude. This SPX volatility has priced me out. Fair enough. Yeah, the options are very expensive at spot. I don't know what economic surprise they're trying to hedge here. The tips auction? I mean, we don't really have a lot of data today. I guess we'll find out what the bond market feels about 10-year inflation break-evens. Be happy. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
Do you see any impacts on T+1 coming in? Yeah, I'll trade more shares of stuff. That's weird. QQQ is still holding up. I wonder if we're building up any out of the money call interest. Well, we're now well below all the sold calls. There's put walls at 53.15 and 20. And calls pretty much all the way out to 53.50. I do believe lots of those are sold, but we may start to see some of the 0 DTE sold calls pull back. Delta's just positive here, just barely. Gherk's cat Hi, Dad. I've been reading options as a strategic investment, and it says iron sardines are tasty. Could you please order sardines for lunch without the pigeon whales? Also, please unlock my Wi-Fi. I promise I won't pull the router during the stream again. Maybe it's simply elevated because of the rapid drop this morning. No, it was elevated before the rapid drop. I bought that put it open and it was like fucking $12 at the money or $10 at the money. The at the money IV was like 60%. Is higher for longer a net positive or negative for the banks? Net positive. More money from interest, but potentially less loans to give. It's a net positive. It allows them to, what few loans they do get, it allows them to accumulate enough net interest over time to defer their maturity risk. FSLR 1 DTE needs some juice. Let's see. It's not doing great here. Damn, there's a lot of profit taking on them this morning. Yesterday, too. This was way more stacked. Volume's pretty decent, though. We're probably going to get a lot of sold calls at 250. Oh. If it loses 240, I'm going to cut it. Small donor just because streaming is tiring and make all these people happy. I can't wait to continue making no money in the financial markets due to my previous shorthand dealings with Kenny. I have no game in this house. Cheers, Pickle. Thanks, man. Beanhead getting the rug. Ew, yeah, that's gross. Don't want to go back under 50. That would suck. Any DD on N phase? It benefits from the same tariffs that FSLR does. Can you check out SPX, please? What about it? I just went over SPX. Has anyone reported the millions of June GME calls are now underwater? If not, they should, since they were so hyped about them in the first place. They're not underwater, they were sold. At 20? Those are all sold. Suffer as I have suffered. B-Nuts closed above $1. Can you explain how we got slammed? Yeah, they shorted it in the pre-market. How long ago did you go over SVX? I just tuned in and heard win over SVX. I don't know, it was like 5 minutes ago or something. I missed the SVX talk as well. I said that Delta just turned positive and there's room up to 53.25. I mean, think about go over. They mean tell me what zero DTs to buy. None of them. They're overpriced and the fucking index is trading sideways. The at the money vol is like 19. Why the fuck would you buy options on this? 18 on the call side? That's terrible. I'll put sun panels on my home if FSLR hits 246. We'll see. A little bit of a higher low here on this bounce. Let's see if it clears view up. Given your net positive answer, I guess the other part of the bank question is BTF facility closed? Is the net positive answer still correct with treasuries underwater? I mean, treasuries doing buyback $2 billion a week starting in June. So that should help with some of the illiquidity, but not very much, and it's going to take a long time. So you're saying the 5315C I just bought was overvalued? Yeah? It's fucking $8. VIX is at 12. What? What are you thinking? It's probably, was it like down like 40%? Just ignore them. You can't save everyone. I didn't have any intention of saving everyone. Hey, Trash. If dealer gamma goes negative, can we test 5310? Possible. Dealer gamma is, or dealer delta is negative. It was positive. Ah, fuck me. Stupid epic pen. Hold on. It was positive here. I sold some NVIDIA 1050C 1DT. How old do you think that can go? It might be okay. Profit taking post earnings. All the ETFs on the, like all the short call ETFs on NVIDIA are going to probably be selling the 1050 and the 1040. Is FSLR a legitimate company? Yeah. Yeah. They have pretty good revenues. Russell reconstruction preliminaries come out tomorrow. Oh, okay, cool. Also, this is probably the first FTD report I've been excited for in like 84 years. I'm gonna brace yourself to be disappointed. GME is far more liquid than it used to be. What's going on with Opera? Still no data? I don't know. I haven't checked to see if we pushed one yet. Let me see. No, still nothing. Hmm. Are we getting ready for like a big fucking move down again? I gotta come in and try to turn this around, right? Hmm. It was a big storm. What about downside range? There's support at 5305. There's a call wall. Below 5305, pretty bearish. And also here, between like 20 and 10. A lot of puts. So bulls will try to defend the call wall and defend 5300. If we lose 5300, it could fall further. I don't know how far it could fall. I don't know, maybe like 5295. If it lost 5295, which seems unlikely, but if it did, 5270. Hey, BNED's bouncing. It's not even a bad bounce. BNED, same as Beyond? No, not at all. Totally different scenarios. Intel's dumping hard. Did the market realize that Nvidia is unbeatable? Or that, you know, Intel's just shit? Pittsburgh 1220, the end is nigh. Oh, I have an i7 Intel processor in my computer. Take that back. Uh, Gross. When does T6 apply? When ETFs are tapped for liquidity? When did neither apply? And we look at T2 C35 or even T2 C35 T6. That's FTD resolution. That's the fails. T2 and T6 are the settlement, right? That's what we're looking at initially. And then for fails, you're looking at 35 and 35 plus 6. What is it, Poopy? I think your initial comment got blocked, and then you just made a second comment. Commenting on your initial comment that got blocked. Yeah, I've been watching the JGB 10-year. I know. Oh, we lost 53.05. Hmm. $5,300. I'm gonna try to bounce this here, right? The ball's still turning up pretty hard though. Is this a better bounce on FSLR? We'll see. SWIX down, Dixie up. That's the way we liked. Yeah, Dixie's up. Yields are up. 10 years almost back at 4.5. That's quite bearish. Bina drop seemed aggressive. It was. That's how you shake people out. Chances of this being a starter move to down to 5,100 in the coming days or weeks. Very possible. If we lose 5,275, there's really no support until you get to like 5,000. I'm not even sure 5,000 is all that supportive at this point. USD JPY is wacky looking today. Carry trade spiked hard. So did vol yields. Interesting. Yeah, the inversion's getting a lot deeper. Fucking 2 years up 73 points, 5 years up 76. Yeah, 5 years back above 4.5. 2 years 4.95 or 94. They can get back above the call wall, then we run into resistance at 53.10. So like a $5 move on that. Maybe even through 53.15. Test positive delta again. It's an okay return. I don't like the gap to the downside though. No problem, madman. Thanks. What's wrong with the bulls last week or so? How are they not able to push or hold it up? All the calls are sold. Me and JFresh have been saying this for like a week now. All of those calls that you see to the upside, they're all sold. All the short vol is on the short call side. I'm ashamed to admit that I blew my port for the third and final time. God damn it, Pyrex. I can finally stay around just for the entertainment. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Something you said the other day really hit me. The regret will leave you, but the money will still be in your account. I appreciate everything, sincerely. Thanks, man. Is everyone getting all fucking emotional because we're trading flat? How would you invest 25,000 for someone who's still learning, not yet using options, but wants their money to grow? Treasuries? Treasuries are nice. They're secured by the full faith of the US government. And they yield like 5.3% in the short dated ones right now. That's annualized, so you don't get all of that, but those are pretty nice. They're also the same as cash security, so you can use them as margin later on when you are ready to trade. I like those. Pretty fond of them. Not a lot of opportunity for the shorter dated treasuries to really improve in price much, but maybe a little. Unless the rates get cut. What's the biggest eureka moment you've had on stream in the last 3 years? I don't know. I've had a lot of them. Options is a strategic investment after intelligent investor. Yeah. I could agree with that. That was not a strong recovery. Need to hold 53.05 here. Don't like that. Okay. That's a little better. Top's back below $2 again? What a fucking piece of shit. Alright, bulls are still in it. Ain't give up yet. Is Carvana gonna break 110 today? I hope so. I can buy some fucking puts on it. I closed out my short calls yesterday, which was nice. I was selling quite a lot of $15 calls, so getting the delta back on those was pretty sweet. 115. If all of those GME20C are sold, why is the market just going to take a $50 million hit like that? I mean, they're hedged. They don't care, right? I'm down to 23% of my Vega puts. I actually thought I'd be more down, but I've been hedging like crazy and it's been great. Slowly creeping up instead of bleeding all the time. Nice. I feel like you got into them maybe a little too early, but you shouldn't be down that much right now. Well, I guess you gotta run around like VIX 1250, 13. You selling anything against them? Alright, this is the put wall. Maybe some of that'll squeeze off. Got a lot of fucking gaps on this move up, though. Ooh, nice volume on FSLR. Pushing those 45s into the money. Honestly, I think FSLR would still just be running today if the fucking market didn't just tank this morning. See if bulls can push this back to positive delta. That's what they're trying for. Shake off some of the charm before the midday. Yeah, dealer wants this back at 53.15 too. Man, it is fucking pouring out. I'm gonna have to order lunch. How do we know if GME20C are sold? We don't, but there's no bullish outcome to that contract being traded. There's some indications that they are sold. But they may not be. They could simply be being bought in the money and then exercised. Like I said, it's all about passing the bag back off onto the market maker, right? Oh well. These are getting priced up nicely. What a bounce. Yeah, that was a good play. Win Carvana? Ha! It's barely it's barely below I don't even think it's below delta neutral yet. No, it's not. Close, it's getting close, but it's not below delta neutral or gamma neutral yet. Thanks, Grim, too. I'll just thank you now. Just a thanks, Pi-Fi. It's been a solid few weeks of gains for me. Nice, man. Nothing huge, but it's been consistent. Thanks a ton. Not a problem. FSLR gonna break the daily high. We'll see. If we get above like 247, 248, we'll get more of that delta tacked on for those 250 calls, and we can kind of probably, well, we could probably, you know, get a little bit something like that, a little bit of spiciness. We got a you know, higher low on the breakdown. Good push up off of VWAP. Looks strong. Should be strong. I mean, it's got a shitload of call interest. We had some paper handers this morning, but nothing crazy. If you go out on the longer time frame, it's like far less daunting. Could probably even extend this back further. No, that breakout was a bit insane. I wonder at what price I should add to end phase. I do want to add some more for September. Let's see. Failed 25 yesterday. Failed 20 today. Supports at 15. I might wait on that one. Are those June or July? Those are June. Ew. Why did I buy those? Let's sell off on gold. It's kind of starting to lose some volume. That's the third really big one in the last couple of days. Should go long GLD here again. Yeah, so we just barely tested positive delta there. It already looks like calls are being sold and it's starting to swing back. Humana dumped a little. A 42% return on the short call. Maybe I should cut that. Close the short call 175. Only got a 28% drop on the long call. It is absorbing some of the theta though. And these op red candles are really weird. The subway is flooding a bit. Of course it is. I want to know what you're wearing to the Memorial Day weekend party at the Jersey House, so I don't dress the same. Are you wearing the American flag Speedo? No. I'm wearing the Taiwan flag Speedo. I want to support TSMC. Cool. Yeah. Do we see more downward pressure? Oh, sorry. I'm not even looking at WeBull. No, it's should be moderately stable here. A little bit. I might be finding a top. Upward consolidation's not super bullish. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it all hang out. Everything but the things you care about are in. Awesome. That's just what I wanted to hear. Maybe I'm in a pretty dark place right now. Maybe one day I'll have some bucks left for dividend ETFs. But the dream of wealth is out the window. That's sad. Are you like retired or something? How old are you? If I make bank today, I make enough to buy Dillionaires. Will you play the old Dillionaires theme tune? If I can find it, sure. What age did I start investing? The first stock I ever bought was AMD when I was in college. Finishing up college. That was like the first time I ever owned my own stocks. FSLR doing a spiky thing. Yeah, I told you if we get above that 248 mark, we'll start picking up the delta on the short calls or on the 250 calls. No, some of them are short. So we've been doing around 10 years, 14. The first stock I ever bought was Ford Motor Company. I was 17 and my econ teacher said owning stocks was cool. I thought he was cool, so I went along and spent a whopping $30 on it. Your return on that investment is well, you still have your $30. Right? Every GME sub on Reddit keeps talking about the massive amount of $20 June calls being bought. Is there any relevance to them? No, not really. The most likely explanation for them is that they're just churning arbitrage on the $20 strike. And then as IV spikes, they sell, right? And IV drops, they buy back. It's not a bad position for that. It's pretty Vega sensitive. I want to throw my entire bank account at Apple when it was at $32 in 2004, but I didn't know how. I tried to get my parents got like some money. It was like back in like 2001, and I tried to convince them to buy Apple too. I had this like absurd thesis that like Microsoft would have to bail Apple out in the event of an antitrust case because there were only two like viable OSs. Um, Actually, that did kind of happen. But Apple was like a dollar a share or something like that, or 12 cents a share or some stupid shit. Um, there was a little period of time where Apple was an OTC stock. But yeah, had they listened. I told my parents to buy gold at 300. We were too poor though. Yeah. Being poor sucks. I'm 30, mid 30s, but the current situation here is grim. Work gets you nowhere. And apparently, my biggest financial mistake was not buying multiple rental properties in 2009 when I was 18. Yeah, I mean, 18-year-olds really should be investing far more heavily into rental properties. So that way you have consistent income into your mid 20s. Uh, um, but no, I mean, on a serious note, you'll be okay, man. You got a lot of time. 30 is not that old, especially nowadays. Just be careful with your money. Don't just blow it up, right? Hey Greek, I blew up my money. Yeah, you'll be fine, popcorn. Okay, we've already established that you're upper middle class, possibly even lower upper class. I'm 16 and a half, and I will never financially recover from this. I'm actually just four possums in a trench coat. Is this gonna rocket or what? Yeah, probably not. I forgot I had 0 DTs for FSLR. I probably should have closed those. Whoops. Let's hope the bulls get bullish again. I mean, you can. There's save. You know, don't go overboard with the trading unless you have the XS money with which to do it, right? But focus on safer shit. Covered calls, stuff like that, compounding gains. Get some wealth built up. It doesn't take long, it's not hard. You know? Zero GTE, yes, no contracts. That's horrible advice. Like, everyone here hates the idea of this, but you can actually just buy shit and sell calls on it. I make like 3 to 5% compounding a month. But that's boring. Yeah, it is. I didn't say it was fun, but it's money. Money's money, right? I take far more boring fucking trades than I do exciting ones. You want to hear something boring? I have sold Microsoft 385Ps for July. I've had them since March. They're just sitting there. But every day they're worth a little less. And that's a little bit more money in my pocket. You may not like it, but this is what peak trading looks like. It's the fucking worst, dork. I think if I couldn't, like, just throw 10 grand away on SPX every week, I'd lose my mind. What was Microsoft trading at when you sold them? I think it was like 390, 397, or it was like 400, right around there. I sold them back in March. How did you hedge it for earnings? I didn't. It's fucking Microsoft. Could you do more of that boring stuff in Pickles Picks? Yeah, I could. I mean, I do a lot more boring stuff in Pickles Picks than I used to, because yeah, I could. But there's a caveat. You guys can't disincentivize me from doing it by asking me about the fucking position every day. Because I can see the pickle jar selling 45 DTE options. And then I'm going to get asked every day for 45 days about that fucking contract. And so so the guy who's blew his port, I rebuilt my port wheeling upstart for 6 months. Yes, it's boring, but the pickle man is right. Hang in there. Well done. Yeah, upstart was awesome for wheeling. Still kind of is. It holds a lot of IV. And you tend to get enough spikes over like a 90-day period of time if you choose like a good mean, that you'll get your exit almost every time. Even if you don't, right? It's just a buy rate. Like, it's not the end of the world. Hey, I blew myself up on Microsoft 250p. How do I save this? The sweet irony of DVN is that it's up like 12% or something and has been up like 30% from where it became a pickles pick. And it still yields like 5% a quarter. But everyone bitches about it all the time because it's like not growing fast enough. Ooh. SPX getting a little positive delta here. That's going to be good for the call sellers. How about a risk rating for pickles picks with a low, boring, and high for everything else? Yeah, I mean it's like even at its current price, like if you didn't sell when it was 30% up, it still returns 17% in a year. 5% a year, distributed quarterly. God, FSLR is just a fucking beast. Just joining in, BNet dead? I don't know. No, it bounced back. Reversal. That's actually a really fucking impressive reversal. 31% bounce. Humana's being a little bitch. going on with Tup? How's flow on SPX? I mean, we got a little bullish momentum here. I don't think we have a lot of range. And call sellers are coming in. So they're taking advantage of the price and the calls. The price taking advantage of the price and the calls moving up. So we'll probably get more call sellers as we get closer to the 5320 test. And then we'll see if they can get squeeze. VIX is back at 1196, so bulls are trying to push. There's still like $5 of range before the calls really get squeezed out. If we fail at any point though, there's a shitload of puts underneath us. I've personally enjoyed all of the long-term buy and hold plays and Pickles Fix because I know they are all secretly short-term squeezers. That's not true. HBM took like a year to go up 100%. Remember when people moaned because HBM was flat for 3 months and then it went up 250%? Yeah. I mean, part of that's just me, right? Like I don't have a lot of long-term positions. And the ones I pick, I'm usually really, really careful about, so they tend to be rare. But they've all been good. Express kind of sucked. Andrew Tate bought back into GME. Good for him. Didn't he buy it at 40 on the way down? Is FSLR the last bastion of stability in the market? It's a ridiculous over-exuberant pump at this point, but I mean, it's like one of the few stocks that has like a solid bull case, right? To be fair, most of your long-term stuff moons within the month. That's not entirely true. Some of it does. Yeah. That's sometimes. Sometimes that's true. Bobby took like 7 months. Looks at Dole gains more intensely. Okay, Dole was just weird, right? And Dole took a little while to moon. It just didn't stop mooning once it started. Did you sell the FSLR call because you think this tops out here or just offset the cost? No, I was just happy with the returns. It could top out here. We could get sold calls here. That's a distinct possibility, especially on the shorter dated calls. So, I mean, both because we were approaching resistance and because I was, up a decent amount. Let's see. I bought them for... Fuck is the buy? So they were 210. Sold at 350. Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to be greedy, right? You're fucking. So what if it goes to 255? It could. Like there's, like I said earlier, if we break the 250, it can kind of top out around probably 255 ish, maybe 256. Dole mooned at open after it was a Pickles pick. It didn't moon at open. It was a Pickles pick on Sunday, and it mooned on Tuesday. It was 2 days till it mooned. And then it only went up 43%. Looks at 123 BNED cost basis. You're so full of shit. Yeah, I know. I still haven't bought more Dole. I'm still waiting for a better entry. How do you pay yourself as a trader? Almost all of my income comes from like my short strangle iron condor account, and I just roll off whatever yield for each month from that into my checking. Assuming growth in AI data centers and gallium become unavailable to meet demand. No, I mean there's just solar demand, right? Fuck the AI bullshit that's being spun up in the news. We've imposed tariffs on Chinese solar panels. There's only a couple American, like purely American manufacturers. FSLR is one of them, and they don't have a strong reliance on gallium, so they're even less exposed to China's the Chinese U.S. economic trade war that's going on, right? So there's a real bull case there. Fuck the data centers and their power requirements and all of that, right? There's just solid demand, and tariffs are gonna back their growth. FSLR is actually a really good company, right? And they were able to spend out their capex over 22 and 23 in order to ramp up their production, right? And so they should be far better suited to meet demand than they were previously. They have government subsidies backing them. They're in a very good spot, right? Like there's a solid, like a real solid good like growth case there. Without the AI, without the bullshit. That's just hype, right? But it's a good company. Even back when I shorted them, I was like, this is a really good company. They're just gonna have to spend a lot of money to get their production facilities on track with their with their demand. They were way behind in orders, like 1-2 year lead times, and so I mean they had to spend some capital, right? And that's why I shorted them. And they did. Their earnings came out, and they were dumping a bunch of money into capex, and everyone got bearish, and it went down to like 128, which was it actually went exactly to my projection for the downside. It's stabilized, and now they're recovering, and they're moving higher, right? It's a period of accumulation, and the geopolitical conditions right now favor them as well. So how much maintenance do your condors take? Each one is like 50 wide on either side. How big is your short strangle iron condor account? It's got like 600,000 in treasuries. Can you look at HE? Yeah. Any changes on the lawsuit there? Oh, that's lean hogs. Looks like it overperformed with utilities in the last downturn, but not doing so hot post earnings. Still no dividend on the table for them. Margins are shitty. I don't think anything on that's going to resolve until the lawsuits are no longer a risk to their business. DVS is going to break 500. I hope so. Did you say you expect FSLR to top out at about 255 today? No, I mean, I expect it to top out like here. That's why I sold my calls. It could move higher. But we're probably going to get a lot of sold calls at 250. It's pretty natural for people to get skittish after such a big move. So I would say consolidation in this range. We'll see how long it lasts. I mean, obviously people are very bullish on it, but 250 is definitely the most important strike in this range, but there's not a lot of call side interest like from 250 to 260, and so that's going to have to accumulate. Although still really bullish on the 15. Looks really good. The bank took some money set aside for the fire, so I feel like it's telegraphing. Maybe. Do you hold any positions in call selling ETFs? No, I prefer to sell my own calls, not pay someone a fee to do it. And I also like to hold assets that gain value over time rather than lose value over time, which is absolutely true of all of the call selling ETFs. All of them have returned less than they have than the value lost on the shares over like a year or 2 years or however long it's been in operation. They have really enticing dividends, but they don't have good returns. Is Siri garbage now or just being shorted for fun? I mean, it's not garbage. It's gonna probably merge with Liberty Media. And actually, you know, if you wanted to be long Siri, there's a minor amount of yield to be gained from call selling, and the share lending yield is like 30%. which is maybe not necessarily equivalent to the value lost from the short, like the short position, but it's not terrible. And if you get a really cheap price, 30% a year is solid. And if the merger fails or breaks apart, like serial rocket, right? Do you think Nvidia's earnings saved SPX from a correction like last time? I mean, maybe, but that's yet to be determined, right? We already mean reverted back all of the gain from Nvidia earnings by like 10 a.m. this morning. See any chance that we go back there before the end of the day? Bulls are still pushing here a little bit, and I think they have the leverage to do that. However, it's probably not going to reach this morning's high. And we will start to pick up call sellers. So yeah, we have a little. I would say we have a little more room right now, but we're probably gonna find some call sellers. Maybe around 25 and 30. When do we start getting bullish on top again? I haven't really been bullish on top. It's just it keeps teasing that $2 level and baiting me into buying calls on it. Liquidity on top is such a mess that like the potential is worth the risk. You can sell CCs while share lending with certain brokers. So IBKR allows it. You have to get a special condition applied to your account, but they allow it. I think you have to have more than 50 grand. When do we start getting bullish on top again? No. Here we go. Push it real hard. How bad is the liquidity? It's just a fucking mess, right? There's shitloads of short calls. I'm not really enough float to sustain the like vol short position. And so every once in a while it just kind of they just kind of lose control of the liquidity and it runs really hard. Which is hysterical because the company is like dead in the water. Like they've got nothing going on. They don't make money. They're never going to make money. They don't really have another like business plan to pivot into. Um, but they're still listed because they're above $1, right? So they haven't gotten delisted yet. And the shorts can't really get it under $1 because there's just not that much. Like there's no like they so back when they first declared that they were going to probably be insolvent, all of the ETFs dumped them, so they have like no ETF exposure anymore, and so they're just cycling the free float over and over. And so like it's had some really boring moments, and I've probably lost more money on top than I've made at this point. But um, like I remember when it got dumped from the ETFs, and me and Dork were like looking at it, and then it fucking ran to like $7. um, and it's still got that kind of wonky potential because there's no liquidity, there's no secondary market for liquidity besides the options chain. Are you still in your AMD calls? No. I exited AMD. I exited AMD on like that second 65 test. It wasn't even like 65. It was like, or 68. No, it's 65. Yeah, second 65 test. Which was fine. It was good gains. It did good this morning, and then it just fucking tanked. There's so many sold calls at 170. It's a big problem. All this talk on top, pumping life into her. I mean, most of the most of the like meme stocks that I'm actually interested in have things that are unique about them that I like. Like GoEV is an issue with liquidity due to the reverse split and it being sold over short, right? And then actually starting to gain some momentum as a business. And so that one's kind of like a longer term, like shorts are probably in a bad position kind of thing. BNet or Beyond just has like a constantly cycling short vol position because it's so profitable, right? So BNet's a lot like GME, except it signals all of its runs by going on reg show first. And then TEP doesn't have any ETF support, and Fubo's also like a really good business. BNet I'd never expected to turn into a meme stock. That was just like something I was long on because I liked their business. But can you rank your meme stocks? I mean, this year I've definitely made more on Beyond than anything else. By a long shot. Upstart's still really good, right? Like that still has a ton of short vol interest. No, I mean this is technically a reversal, right? It's like an inverse head and shoulders. We'll see. It could. They're gonna wanna try to stay as far away from those $1 calls as possible because they don't want the MM hedging picking that delta back up, right? If they can get the MM to drop a little bit of the delta, um, they can they can maybe get out of some of their positioning. But if the MM picks all that delta back up again, there's no way out, right? Except Cenas. So then they just have to churn tons of volume, which tends to lead to the MM pricing up options, right? Where's the best place to follow your thoughts, plays, etc.? I mean, I want to say Pickles Picks and the stream, because there's a lot of shit that just comes up during the day, where like FSLR was just like something we looked into and talked about like on the weekend stream. But I usually do write-ups like as far as like SPX and everything's concerned every night on the Discord. And then like my longer term plays will be on there. Some of my options plays I'll write up. What's Pickles Picks? It's just like a nightly write-up that I do. Dillionaire. Pigeon whales are going to be given well, the pigeon whales are going to have beta access to the platform, but like once we're done with beta, it's going to be open to everyone, whether you're a member or not. What's the best way you can ghost your plays? I mean, you probably can. I don't write up like 90% of the things I'm doing. I couldn't. I wouldn't have time. Do you have any idea of what it will cost us? We're still working on pricing. And then it's going to depend on how much data we get initially. Like, live is very expensive. So is the infrastructure to support live data to, lots of users, and ensure that there's good uptime and everything like that. If it's not free, I don't want to use it. Okay. There'll be a Pickles Picks list on there. On where? On the website? What's up, Tom? Have y'all figured out how to connect with Yahoo Finance API? No, we don't use that. NVIDIA 1050 is quite the battle. There's gonna be a lot of sold calls at 1050 on NVIDIA. SX is pumping hard today. No, it's not. Do you think tomorrow is set up for a big dump into the weekend? This run seems excessive. What run? We're at 52.23 right now. The run from this morning tanked. I was assuming it would cost more than Pigeon Whale. No, I don't think so. No, we're still working out the plan and the pricing and all of that stuff. But it will be more than worthwhile. So you're saying this program will not be ADA compliant? I mean, I think people with disabilities could access it, Popcorn. Could it be cheaper for anyone born pre-1990? What cloud provider are you using? One of the big ones. For the data, you're requiring pigeon whales to get a blood in, blood out face tattoo. I would assume anybody as a pigeon whale would already have that. 1 second. If we switch all the membership tiers from YouTube to Ko-Fi, wouldn't you get more money from us? Yeah, like 50% more. But it's just it's whatever. It's such a pain in the ass to do that at this point. Not if it doesn't interact with Yahoo. We'll send you a Yahoo Finance SPX report every morning, Popcorn Trader, for you to doodle on. What's up? SPX only drops when Gherkin is off screen. Not a coincidence. Fine, I'll use the software. It's a website. How many NVIDIA H100s did you buy for the new platform? Well, I mean, we haven't disclosed our financing agreement yet. There's no AI. Why the fuck would it have AI? You guys want a chatbot? This seems to be what everyone wants. You guys are a bunch. You act like you're bearish on AI, and then you're like, "Give me those chatbots." Pathetic. Is it going to be free for pigeon whales? No, I don't think so. But it's going to be steeply discounted for the initial beta class. And we don't know how long the beta is going to be. And the data and infrastructure costs would be way too high to support it through an extended beta ourselves. Not no, but an FAQ section telling us to come it yourself and stop being lazy would be a fitting touch. You just got to get a different credit card, Cobra. I'm not convinced you're not a bot. Me either. I'd slam the ask on subscription price. I know you would, Nuke. Nuke, you've got some pretty good insight into this platform. And you've used a lot of other data providers in the past. What do you think of it? No bias. You could send one, but we already have some people that are very good at that. It's the only data in my decade of trying to play stocks that actually helps me make money. Fuck yes. If you think that I could ever pass some bullshit through JFresh and Dork that didn't have alpha, you're wrong. He has made money. I've seen it. FSLR doesn't count. Wait. Does SPX count? Sure. FSLR was too easy. The chain was stacked to the moon. I haven't seen him make any money. Beyond? Okay, fair. I forgot about that one. 50, 30K plays, yeah. You did well on those. Would this platform possibly make it easier for us who can't actively manage during the day, like longer plays? Possibly, yeah. Actually, yeah, I would actually say that yes, it is at least currently catered to that side of things quite a bit. The functionality for other stuff is still being built right now, but we do have like the longer swing trade kind of stuff already built out. Muck Mac, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added at the end of the stream, dude. And Gherk? Will this program give me Rudy, Tooty, Fresh, and Fruity? You know, you really have some insane demands from us. I'll see what I can do. I'll bring it up in the next meeting. Will this platform help me see real-time SPX levels? Not yet. What data comes out between now and Monday market open? So tomorrow's big. Tomorrow's like our big data day. We have and market's closed on Monday. But we have durable goods and Michigan consumer final, which isn't as important as the preliminary. But if inflation expectations are still elevated, everyone's going to be super pissy. And then nothing from then, like really nothing from then until Monday. Like I don't think there's any international stuff over the weekend either. BMG. If that dumb motherfucker can make money using it, then it's probably very extensive and user friendly. Nuke is a degenerate. I'll give him that. It's not going to be free after the beta. Can the new software be a trading view indicator that flashes a big red buy when the next FSLR comes along? Any firewall issues? I'm on a work computer all day. Yeah, I think that's a lot of you, and so we'll make sure to take that into account. It would be a Discord channel for subscribers to discuss using it. Yes. through the beta initially in the Pigeon Whale group chat, and then we'll open up a separate Discord server afterwards once we go live. Will the platform let me know the day before when the market is indeed closed? We'll try to see if we can fit that in. I'm also making a platform. It's a fancy EMA mixed with RSI. I'll charge half of Gherk's, but it'll only be accessible on weekends. The returns are what you make of them, right? It's just access to the data. Do you have any insight as to why Jimmy $20 calls have been purchased towards the end of the day, the last 3 to 4 trading days? Are these shorts trying to hedge, or could they be something else? Okay, first of all, there's no evidence that they're bought. They're on the ask, but they're in the money, so it doesn't mean that they're bought. I think largely they're being sold on volatility spikes, and then just rotated in order to arbitrage the vol. GME is well supported here. It's a very profitable position. Ew, another Discord. No, we're not shunning the old Discord. Will the platform make JFresh finally update the Greeks on time? Hopefully that'll be automated. Are there programs that we can study up on in the interim to gain knowledge in its usage? I've been using it for pickles picks for like pretty consistently for the last like 3 months. Michael Williams, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the stream. Or added to the country club after the stream. Joe Sixpack, welcome to Pigeon Well, man. Thank you so much. Well, I hope the number of pigeon whales doesn't increase too much because there's my testimonial. Why have you named your account Ree? All right. Fair enough. All right, this is Nuke's testimonial. Welcome back to Pigeon Whale, Knuckleballer. Thank you so much, man. Oh god, he's terrible. My account is your buying power? Rip. Will the new thing have access to your favorite Hannah Montana songs? No, but I can throw together a Spotify playlist. Send that to you. He started with 0 and is up 67k. It looks like he started with 5 and he's up 62. Okay, calm down because there's only so much space in the beta. You can't just give everyone beta access and crash everything. The perks video is still yikes. Thanks for everything. They forced me to do it. Make the cutoff today. We'll see. I'm gonna post a thing soon that gives a lot more information. We're just working on that. Samuel Gold, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much. All of you guys, if you're Dillionaires already, which I assume you are, you'll just be automatically upgraded to Pigeon Whale status. And the pearly gates of the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals will be open to you. Where's the perks video? Don't worry about it. You need to personally interview every pigeon whale to see if they pass the vibe or not. Interesting. No, there has to be a date of record and everything, like dividends. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably do it that way. Can I short the new software after the X declaration date of it? Try to get some of that dividend arbitrage. I joined for the perks video, no other reason. Nice. Are the beta testers going to get all the new features as they're developed? Yes. That's how that would work. Hence, beta. How many pro bono beta testers can I include? Dirk, I've told you to lay off the sauce. Especially during trading hours. Billy Blanks and Damon Head, welcome to Dillionaire, guys. Thank you so much. Alex, how many slots in total are there? We don't know yet, but we haven't closed it. I will let people know if we're going to close it. I think we kind of have a rough idea of what our maximum capacity for beta will be, and that will be the cutoff. But we're not there yet. I'm not super worried about it yet. No, you can't gift Pigeon Whale. Alex, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. The fuck? Oh, I accidentally started one song. Sorry. You need to vet for filthy super stonkers. Super stonkers are gonna love it. We're witnessing the nexus point where Pi-Fi breaks big and takes over. Fingers crossed for the team. Thanks, Kyle. I don't really care how big it gets. I think it's a cool like mission, you know. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm gonna have to break out one of the other Pigeon Whale songs because you're all three of you are getting one. Thank you so much, guys. Riku.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I agree with certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi-Fi stream. Pigeon whales.
Thank you so much, guys.
Don't stop. Praise be to
This
that
motherfucker's gonna make me Pigeon Whale. I mean,
be a paper and a bitch you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll
Maybe.
do with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once a day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer?
can you add an animation so when you look at a stock and the tips are touching, you say, "Mira, those tips, Poppy"? What's the platform gonna do? How understandable will it be for your average billionaire? Will it have tips? There are no tips currently implemented, but there may be tips implemented in the future. There's other data that we have to get for that. That's stuff that's in the pipeline that we haven't developed yet. But we've talked about it pretty extensively. Just don't DFV yourself and wind up in front of Congress. I don't. It'll be fine. You're looking for any devs or DBAs to help with the platform? Not currently, no. We're fully staffed at the moment. But possibly in the future. We don't really know, right? Like, we don't know if it's gonna even be a successful endeavor yet, right? There's a lot of risk. But if it is, I mean, yeah, I'm sure in the future. I'm just messing around. I want this thing to be so insanely professional that people enter into the Discord and get confused by the insanely weird degenerates that use it. Will the platform show me how to do TA on the VIX? The TA on the VIX has always been inside you. Did I not get upgraded to Pigeon Whale on the Discord? Need to wait. You probably need to wait like a minute or two until the server updates. But if you're already a pigeon dillionaire, then it should just automatically bump you up as soon as it cycles. Thank you guys all so much. Comical, Fly Dan, Loans. I appreciate it. Wow, Gherk, sure seems like a lot of work has gone into this platform. 3 years worth of it. Gherk testifying to Congress would be the entertainment spectacle of the century. Listen, Trash, you already got me banned from Super Stonk, alright? If you end up getting me put in front of the House Financial Services Committee, me and you are going to have words. Gherk, was this you 2 months ago drawing a picture of Kenneth Griffin pooping on a chart of GameStop? That's not a stream card, but it should be. What's a Pigeon Whale Dillionaire? Pigeon Dillionaire? What? Also, ban Pyrex77. He blew up his account, and he's sad. We can't ban him. What the fuck? I drew my first trend line and FSLR bounced off of it. Congratulations, Tyler. You've made it. You're only days away from starting your own fund. Will the new data platform make GoEV break $3 for once in a fucking blue moon? Probably not. Imagine a random, like, 57-year-old rich dude who buys platform access and then thinks the Discord's going to be a bunch of intelligent people discussing stocks, and it's just us. Then he realizes this was the home he's always wanted. Like the rest of the 57-year-olds in the Discord. Do I need to cancel and resubscribe for a song? You son of a bitch. I swear to God, I'll block you. DMs? AI is a scam. Wiener, wiener, peener, peener. I'm sorry, I don't know how to respond to your prompt. I mean, the correct answer is wiener, wiener, peener, dinner. Wiener, wiener, peener, chicken dinner? Well, that's up for debate. Can you make a case for ETF operational shorting fraud via the platform data? God, I hope not. I'm sorry, but I can't upgrade to Pigeon Wheel yet. That's fine. I'm still building my part slowly, but I will get there. Thanks for everything. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you so much, DZ. That's not a worry. I mean, remember that it is eventually going to be open to everybody. Make them pay $5K to change their name. Pay them pay them $5K. Pay Pyrex $5K to change his name. That's ridiculous. Days away? Try hours? Hey, I'm 56. I'm not 57. I can't wait till we're all 55. I'm not ready. I'm into the hype train of the rollout of the new Platy, but how's FSLR looking? Looking like it failed 50, might retest. Still holding above 248, so choppy, consolidating. Like I said earlier, I'm probably going to get a lot of consolidation here. I can't imagine how much fun the next 20 years of streamer 20 years of the stream are gonna be. Jesus, really trying to lock me into a lifetime of this, huh? Finally in early on one of Gherk's plays. Already down 125 on the play as usual. Which one? What's the average age of the pickle jar? I don't know, like 30 to 45. 20-year-olds are too excited for trading. There's very few 20-year-olds, I think, that are disciplined enough to do this. I'm 11. Well, that's impressive. I genuinely think this channel might have the highest average level of education or highest work experience in the financial YouTuber. That's because my audience isn't just like 90% boomers who want to hear about people buying houses. Like meet Kevin. It's like, hey guys, houses, buy them. It's pretty cool. Make money. That's the end of my video. Thoughts on gold here? I don't like that it slipped the long-term trend on the daily. But I think there's probably still room for it to find a floor at 2,300. I'm thinking about picking up some GLD if it does. Run it back. I'm 43, but my friends say I'm quite childish. Perfect. Early 20s, yes. I'm 28, though. That's fair. How's BNet looking for the rest of the day? You're also a lawyer, so you're just already an old man at heart. How's BNet looking for the rest of the day? I mean, like we got a reversal. It's just it hasn't broken out. If it breaks 80, the dollar starts getting hedged again. It might push up one more time. What's this about a platform? We're building out an options data platform. Still trying to get my kids to learn ages 9 and 5, and they don't like Pickle Man because he swears too much. I told them when they go to college they can thank you. Buying houses? I'm back. I'm down bigly after full porting houses 30 seconds ago. Help. If future opportunities in the platform development team open up, I'd love to help out. Full stack certified. You could DM me. Probably frequently, because I lose them. But, yeah, shoot me a DM, Damon. And what's the most astounding thing in the market right now? People age 50 plus who just act like buying houses at these rates is normal with the valuations. And what else are you going to do with the money? They got all their money buying houses when houses were cheap and rates were low, right? So they figure they just keep buying houses because it's never going to go down. Wendy's Dumpster, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much, man. Is BNet worth holding long term or not? I mean, I originally bought it to hold long term, but after this, no. This is ridiculous, right? I'll probably buy back in after the distribution. JFresh is saying sold calls are not squeezing out. They haven't been. I mean, look what happened this morning. He's absolutely right. This is 2006, right? Yeah, or 2002, whatever you want. How's SX looking? Chop here between 53.10 and 53.20. Support at 10. But yeah. Support at 15, really. 15, 20? Stuck here between 15 and 20. Call wall still at 53.05. Puts to the downside of that. I would read the newspaper every morning when I was in high school, like the physical newspaper. I was 57 when I was 15. You're a nerd. I'm constantly baffled by my mother-in-law. 6 to 10% is what we had back in the 80s. Yeah, no duh. And you got 6% on your cash. And the value of home to rates was half of what it is now. Yeah. Yeah, 7 to 10% on a $30,000 4-bedroom ranch. Not bad, right? Like you could probably survive. Given that wages also haven't changed since that time, things are a bit different now. Snow crossed over VWAP. Any more upward potential? I don't know. I haven't really looked at snow today. Wait, wasn't this bullish on the CEO leaving yesterday? Yeah. Still glad I didn't buy that fucking call. Who was it that told me to buy that call? Which one of you sons of bitches? You tried to destroy me. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe 160. Let me take a look at something. Delta neutral is at like 153. Not a lot of options on this. Snowden, it doesn't look very strong, honestly. Not in the longer term, and on the daily, I'm not sure. There's a lot of interest at 160, but I'm not sure that that's bullish. And you could get a lot of sold calls here, and a rejection, and that would be very bad. Benjamin, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Big short on GoEV. Reg shit soon. Yeah, that's not a big short. That's not even a lot of volume. Yes, I've been selling some GoEV CSPs. The Julys are pretty attractive. GoEV gonna be $5 by the end of the year. That would be really cool, but I mean, right now I think the options chain only really supports a move to like 4. I'm about 58% on a 3-bed, 2-bath ranch. Nice. Don't worry, they've had their house for 40 years. It isn't paid off. Truly the peak of real estate intellect. Read what cover to cover? Minus the cartoons? What do you make of V-High? I probably don't want to look at it. That's what I'd tell you right now. Let's find out how little it's worth. Oh, 13 cents a share. Jesus fucking Christ. It's garbage. It's a garbage penny stock. There's a reason it's here, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's because they don't make money. Not only do they not make money, they've never even reported the fact that they don't make money. Does this still count as BNED squeezing? Yeah? I don't know if you know this, but BNED was 400% cheaper a couple days ago. Can you get a fill on July 2 CSP on GoEV? Do your job. You're probably trying to get too much. What does my net worth need to be to become a pigeon whale? We have all kinds of pigeon whales. Cobra has a negative net worth. His entire asset value is hundreds of overdrawn credit cards. Carvana gamma neutral? 115.23. Ooh, that moved up. Interesting. Yeah, 110's still really important though. I'd be careful with 110 still. There's still a ton of options there. There's a lot of support at 110. Even though GN moved up. Delta neutral, however, is at 99.17. Oh, the newspaper cover to cover, except I skipped. Oh, okay. I just reopened the SCX chat on Discord. When the fuck did Farmville become a pigeon whale? Like a week ago? He was a pigeon whale for like 17 months. That's the crazier part, right? Not that he re-pigeon whaled, but that he was a pigeon whale for like 2 fucking years. Nvidia essentially added the market cap of AMD today. They're the company. The only one. Do you think the Tesla vote will grant Elon the pay package and move to Texas? What are the short-term effects from that? Yes, you were Farmville. Are you sure it's the same Farmville? How many would there be? You were definitely a pigeon whale for a long time. Yeah, he was. I know. There's me, Farmville player, but I also know a Farmville enjoyer. Are you the only 2 people left still playing Farmville? I can think of a couple of things that you could have spent that money on. Abatement. I too was a pigeon whale once. You still are, Cobra. Jack Fletcher, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. What's abatement? Don't worry about it. If it occurred at your home, there wouldn't be anything left for you to live in. Yeah, SPX is interesting. Losing 52.10 here could see us drop back towards 5,300 again. The short calls are just unrelenting. They just fucking pile in. $19.78, homies. Understand. Fuck. It's aggressive. It's almost like the bond market doesn't agree that equities should be at all-time highs. I mean, short calls are doing exactly what short puts did for 6 months. Yes, but that should mean something, right? Anyone want to go long at 5,305 with me? I might go long at 5,300. Although the last bounce was pretty rough. Like they got a grip on it, but there were a lot more like long puts capitulating. I don't think there's as many like 0 DTE long puts here on this drop. Skew spiking because calls are being sold instead of put hedges being blown out. So all those in the money $20 calls in GME expire on OPEX. Say, what would happen if those were to exercise? Well, there'd be a demand for 100 times the OI number of shares. Provided they stay in the money until OPEX, which is kind of ridiculous. There's a call wall at 5305. It's not going to be very supportive because there's put interest on either side of it, but it can kind of act as a trigger on a bounce. So it's pretty easy to fall. Let me explain this. So calls at 5305, and then we have puts here. And puts here. Right, and so what can happen, yeah, I know, it's a penis. What can happen is price can fall through this really quickly because momentum favors the puts, right? But if they reverse the price action at 5,300, which although it's put heavy today, is call heavy on all the other expirations, then this can act as like a catalyst for the upside move, right? So like right when we crossed 5305 here on the call wall, all those calls start getting hedged, right? And so as the delta on those calls picks up, the MM starts buying, and it's more supportive of an upside move, but it's not great defense against a downside move. So here, like, we slipped right through it on the drop, but it catalyzed the upside when we moved up. So I hope that makes sense. And then that's because of the direction that momentum is moving in, right? Yeah, so like on the downside, the delta's picking up on the puts, and even though there's a call wall, the delta on the puts on either side of that call wall outweighs the delta on the call wall, right? And then when it's going the other way, the puts are losing delta at a greater rate, and the calls are gaining delta, and so it acts to push price to the upside faster. And that's because if you go beyond just that, there's a shitload of puts at 53, like 5315. Like here, or well, I was doing puts this way. So there's puts there, then there's puts here, and then you have the call wall, and then you have puts and puts, right? So when the puts are gaining delta, there's a lot more puts than there are calls, right? But when the puts are losing delta, that works against them. Does this imply the existence of some kind of delta meatball? Delta, gamma, yeah. So the sauce is below 5,300, 5,280. It's a Greek meatball, keftedes.
Do you think we could break 5,300? If we had enough momentum, yes. So, volumetric move in futures could definitely push us down to like 52.95, 52.90. You just made that word up. How did you learn perfect Greek pronunciation? I've dated a lot of girls from Queens and spent more time hanging out and eating their grandmother's food than I did with them. Greek grandmas just make the best food. Keftedes. Priorities. I mean, yeah. The timing was perfect. The timing on FSLR was perfect. Thanks, Poopy Pants. Here's my question, Poopy. After I totally bashed you for trying to go short FSLR on Sunday, did you still short FSLR? I'm surprised you dated a Greek woman without being Greek. Why? I'm Italian. It's close enough. I could just say I'm Greek, right? No one's gonna know. Why so many pigeon whales? People are apparently excited about the beta. Stravos Piccolos. I didn't leave the apartment with the baklava. I just ate some baklava at the apartment. That was my ex-girlfriend. Ugh. Have you said the name of the beta? If not, can we name it? I haven't, and you can try. What is it, Pigeon Whale? Yeah, that's old. Oh, wait. Hold on. What the fuck? Yeah, I think the data for today is just wrong. There's like a bunch of contracts not coming in. Yeah, it's all fucked from Opera. We're gonna have to try to run it again later. But it probably also that probably also is true. It probably is an insane increase. Big psychological level. Don't Greeks harbor historical animosity towards Persians? Was it like Romeo and Juliet? What? They don't like Turkish people. I don't know how they really feel about the Persians. They probably don't like them either. Actually, the Greeks don't like very many people. But I'm not Persian or Turkish. Can we call the data the dill hole? No. But it was a valiant attempt, retard. The beta name for the program, not the final name, should just be Inverse AJ. That's the chatbot we're building. It's just going to hang out in the options channel all day and wait for you to announce that you've made a play. And then it's going to alert everyone to what position you've entered. Can you draw a chart of falafels going into the tzatziki sauce? Are Bulls gonna let 5,300 slip today? Maybe. We're a little bit below the support. See how the call wall acts on upside price moves? And this doesn't, fortunately, this doesn't have a lot of volume, so it's not gonna just like skyrocket, but you can see the effect of what I was talking about there, right? It's like a hot delta injection. Is that why end of day reverses so hard? That's one of the reasons end of day can reverse so hard. If this is a good entry in AMAT, if it bounces on 220, I don't like the higher entry. I liked the lower entry on AMAT. I wouldn't enter it higher. Indexes are shaky, and AMAT is very index exposed. Yes, there's a technical support here, but I mean, the problem is the range, right? Entering around like 215, 216, that was pretty awesome. Entering here, a lot riskier. Oh, nice. I've always wanted to go to Greece. That sounds cool. I want to use one of their toilets that doesn't flush and ride a donkey around the hills. I'd like a redo on my MAT entry. Gherkin, my GoEV Gen 2025 7Cs are down, and I blame you. Yeah, I expect that. Plot twist, the donkey is the toilet. That would be surprising. It also wouldn't flush. What was the tips auction? It's at 2 o'clock, I believe. Oh no, it's at 1 o'clock. Oh shit. Tips came in at 2.184. Oh, that's not good. 10-year inflation expectations are above 2%. Yeah, tips is out already. I don't know why I was thinking that, like FOMC time. That's rough. What was the bid to cover on that? 2.33. High yield 2.185 versus 2.16. Yeah, so 10-year break-even inflation expectations are higher. Primary dealers 14.04%. Indirect at 69.82. Yeah. That's not pretty. The 10-year tip should be highly correlated with QQQ. It just hasn't been forever. Gork, look away. Nvidia beat. Everything is fine. Sure it is. Why is it bad to do TA on VIX? Because VIX isn't, first of all, VIX isn't like a market that is adjusted based on participant activity, right? It's a calculation. Second of all, it's a measure of like 30-day volatility. And volatility is kind of the antithesis of technical analysis. Is Goodyear Tire and Rubber something you watch? No, but I'm interested to hear the case. Thoughts on buying a bunch of BNet if it hits $1, then selling a bunch of $1 calls equivalent delta. You're trying to get free shares. You can sell the why not just the 50-cent call? Oh, wise stock wizard. Does Zom losing 114.13? I don't know, maybe? You still got those cover calls out? You making bank? Zom did a weird fucking, what the fuck is that? Why did it test 117 out of the blue? Something happened with oil? No, oil's just falling off a cliff right now. Dixie 105. Nice. The 10 years not quite back at 4.5, but it's getting there. More importantly, the inversion in the yield curve is deeper than it was through all of May, like early May. We're back to May 1st levels. We're just trading 567 basis points higher than we were the last time financial conditions were this tight. Excellent. Left a big gap there at 53.05. Well, 53.04. Bad tips auction, but market up. I mean, market technically flat. I'm not sure a $3 bounce should be defined as market up. Also, the tips auction was 14 minutes ago. There's less put capitulation here though, so it's going to be harder to bounce it. There's puts at 53.10. Yeah, like they're not aggressively selling the 5300 put either. You'd expect this to have a lot more volume on it if they were really trying to push up hard. What could FSLR sell off to? It's got pretty good support at 40 and 30. I don't think it's going to. I think it already sold off today, right? But I still think we can consolidate in this like 240 to 250 range. Maybe for some time until more interest builds up. What did they do to my boy BNED? My calls are suffering. I have no idea. Nothing. They've done absolutely nothing. They're probably just shorting the call you're holding. You got $1 calls? They're probably shorting the fuck out of them. Probably shorting the fuck out of the 50-cent call, too. Ooh. Slippery. Apple's not looking so hot here either. I should probably close my bull puts before the overnight. Was 20 straight GME calls that kept getting bought up? Stop saying bought. They're not necessarily bought. Do you think it means anything? It means somebody's arbitraging IV. That's the most likely answer, right? That's where the money is. You sell the $20 call, right? And then you push them out of the money. And the market maker has to dump the equivalent delta that's hedged on the upside to the downside. And vol drops on the strike, and then you close it. Ah, yeah. Where did you learn so much about MM behavior? I mean, MM behavior is just inverse participant behavior, right? So it's not that hard to figure out. But I spent a great deal of time studying participant behavior. The MM stuff became more interesting with GME. And so over the last like 3 years, you know, I've dug deeper and deeper into that. But once upon a time, Eh. Where did you learn about providing liquidity? From Grim2. How much historic Greek data will be viewable in the Pickle portal? um, some. Did you ever make your decision on the job offer? Yeah, I think so. Biden and Kenyan president about to hold a joint press conference. I don't know what it's about, though. Interesting. I'm not calling it fucking Pickle Portal. When did you learn about Online Dragon LLC? Excuse you? I don't know what that is. Is that the dildo company? How much shame did you feel the first time you provided liquidity? None. I'm not religious. I've been looking for re-entry into SRF. Is 2050-ish a good target? Or is that too low to hope for? It's tough. No, I don't think it's out of the question, and it's probably going to still continue to have a little bit of a down cycle here, right? Maybe just slightly higher. $20.50 might be tough. You might be able to get in the low 21s. But if you did get in at the low 21s, there could be an opportunity to get in 2050 or 1985 maybe. Haha. Move the stop up. Ooh, bouncy, bouncy. How much you got in this account? I don't know, like 12 grand or something. Maybe 13. Is Riley a good entry here? Interesting question. I don't know. I don't like the company. So maybe not quite yet. At least not from a technical perspective. They're just gonna get tons of support under 5,300 for no reason? Or are we gonna break down further? Sell into the buyers. Go on, you can do it. That's okay. They're not gonna hurt you. It's only a few of them. SPX about to do a thick dumper. That'd be cool. It's probably about to bounce. Bulls aren't going to be very tolerant of the 5300 test. But we'll see. Any bounce that fails to regain 5305 is a shitty bounce. Thick dumper TA jargon? Sure. Jargon? Jargon. Why don't you talk to me anymore? What did I do wrong? What, you asked me if you think we could drop below 5300, and I said maybe. Are you not getting enough attention? I'm sorry. You can also add about 1/8 cup of non-toxic glue to pizza sauce, which comes directly from the mind of a Reddit user who calls themselves Fucksmith and posted 11 years ago. Sometimes you're a master of your craft. Ooh, do me an attention. Hey, Dave. What other words do you mispronounce like that? I just read it weird. I definitely just say jargon. So it was an unintentional mispronunciation. Saying jargon would be odd. It is, the word is lawyer. It's not lawyer, okay? I hooked up with a chick, I took plan B, and now she says she's pregnant. What do? I mean, first off, tell her that part. That should end any more problems. I never said I would help you, AJ. More on that, glue pizza note. You can replace 30% of a Rice Krispie with sawdust without any distinguishable taste difference. This was done scientifically. Is it worth it? Is sawdust cheaper than a crisped rice? That's why I said he just has to tell her that he took the plan B and she won't want to have his baby anymore. There's still a solution there. It's just you have to... You're not seeing the forest for the trees. I got the joke, Greek. It was good. Thanks, man. It's even better after I fully explained it. Maybe it sounds very passive-aggressive. Why won't you tell me why you're mad at me? I'm not mad at you. I'm really not. Fully explained jokes are the only ones I like. You've said that before. I wonder if I should have just taken my $2 and run away. These greedy little bulls. How many lower highs do we need? Hmm. Trying to get their bounce on. And they might be successful. Very close to 5305 here. Although I do like that we're not just ripping straight through it. Is NVIDIA squeezing? Is it above 1050? Might be a little bit. What do you know all these things? What? What things? What did I know? The old gaslight? Say Kanoko Phillips. Okay. So much tism in here. We like to consider ourselves spectrum friendly. If you had to be any character from Super Smash Brothers, who would you be? Star Fox? How much downside range does Carvana have? Pre-earnings 85.90. Looking at 100p for June, 90s for July. Delta neutral's at 99. Yeah, I mean it's got some range. But options on it are definitely gonna move around if it drops that much. Let's say right now it's got pretty big support at 110 and then not a lot between 110 and 100. Sub 100 it gets kind of put heavy down to like the $80 range. And then the put interest sort of falls off. Those are a little bit longer dated. What's your largest non-treasury position? QQQ? Just like core holding, right? But yeah. Like you just own QQQ? Yeah. Yeah. I bought it when JPOW was a cuck. The most recent cuckening, not when he first started being a cuck. So today. No, I bought in May 2nd at 425. I think FSLR can squeeze out the 250 calls. Yeah. I mean, it definitely could. Declining volume on BNet. Are we finished with that? Yeah, but the price isn't coming down much, right? I'm not sure that the decline in volume is going to persist. This is consolidating, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's breaking down. Could we please lose fucking 5,300? Jesus Christ. Why are we just sitting here? Who cares about the fucking old calls? We got such a sweet, clean path down to 5,280. Let's make it happen, Captain. Tired of these motherfucking bulls on this fucking index. Did you buy QQQ shares or deep in the money options? Shares. Yeah, shares. Shares that I use for leverage. I usually always have some kind of like index exposure outside of treasuries for margin, right? Margin collateral. It's good. Markets only generally go up, so as long as you're pretty careful about when you sell. And then I have volatility positions to protect those in case the market like, woo, surprise crash. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Let's go. It's go time. Unpunished for overpaying for this put. I deserved it. I did a lot of work today. Let the meatball hit the floor. This isn't even the sauce yet. The meatball's just falling right now. It doesn't even hit the surface of the sauce until 5,280. If the primary goal is margin collateral, why not just more treasuries? Well, treasuries tend to be inverse markets. In a normal world, you would not structure a portfolio that way. Drown the meatball, give it a swirly. We'll see what happens. 52.95, no longer a big support. It's a little bit of support just because there's so many puts at that strike. So like the gamma will fall off a little bit, but we have enough momentum. Yeah, we just blew right through it. Was there a preview of the meatball chart from the new platform in Pickle's Picks recently? There might have been. What do you think? We didn't even have we didn't even have time to discuss the 52.95. Did they really just grab my stop? Cocksuckers. Alright, that's it. Fuck this shit. Careful with FSLR, the market tanking. We're under the put wall at 95 here. Ball's still ticking up. Charm's moving very negative. More puts in the money now. I don't think we're moving fast enough to break through to negative Vana, but we're close. That's only at like 80. No, I didn't do shit for NVIDIA earnings. I didn't want to touch it. It just got here. Is BNet dead? Jesus Christ. No, obviously it's not dead. If it was dead, it'd be at 20 cents again. I did go short there, but I'm not sure I'm gonna get punished for it. Yeah, we didn't break it back above 52.95, which is distinctly bearish. Was that some capitulation? A little bit, yeah. Maybe a small attempt to stabilize vol. I instantly got stopped out. I didn't have a stop. Otherwise, that would have happened to me too. Well, I capitulated on my 5300 at the bottom. But then I bought a 5280 because I was pissed that I got stopped out. Kind of working out, actually. As long as we can continue our cliff dive. Why VIX not inverse SPX? You're asking too many questions. Will the Great Smoky Mountains be relatively safe in the climate wars? Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. Do they have a lot of fresh water sources? Just move to Canada. Yeah, there's like no one there. Imagine capitulating. It's like someone DM'd me this like thing from some like trading program that they signed up for. And the guy was like, if you're not making 100% on every call, you don't have a trading mindset. Yeah, I know, right? Which just tells me that guy overheld everything he's ever bought. Was that guy Kenny? No, Kenny actually just makes 100% on every position. There's no joking about that. But he doesn't sell courses. I have a lot to learn about straddles. I closed both sides at a profit this AM. Should I have left my put open? God dang it. Nope. Believe it or not, you should not have. The fact that you were able to close your call in the money and your put later, slightly later in the money, amazing. That's exactly what you want out of a straddle. It's you don't want to try to fucking trade your straddle throughout the day. You just want to make money on both sides, and that's it. You're done. Zero DTEs are for trading intraday price action. My 400p is up 17 cents. Pros trader status confirmed. Dork, you are the alpha and the omega. I would argue that he does sell courses and that they're the most expensive. What Citadel pays really well. Gherkin just 5x my 5275s. Good night. Nice, man. I can't open the Fidelity app. More dumpies. That's the ultimate sign of a market crash, is Fidelity won't open. Actually, the gamma. And the Vega? So you're just the Vana. Do we have a Gork or a Dorcas Vana White thing? We must, right? What stops this SPX slide? Support at 5280? Maybe. Support at 5270? Jesus? Support at ES 5300. Maybe. Yeah. Although I'd like for that not to be a thing. Ooh, hey. Get the fuck away from my stop. Bulls always ruin the fun. Do they, though? Here, I'll tell you where they try to turn this shit around. Before the MM goes long Vana. That was a weak fucking test. Hold on. Did that test 90? Not even. It's a rough day to be a bull. Actually, it wasn't that bad earlier. This is a perfect time for the newest song. We have a new song, guys. Are you ready? I'm gonna play it.
It's not a brick and mortar store, they don't have free Wi-Fi. Even though they carry a lot of debt, for me it was a buy. It was oversold and now it's a MOASS of sorts. Their book prices screw college kids, now it's time to screw the shorts. I discovered BNet, I was the first to go long. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone's talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG. I did the DD and placed my bid before you got out of bed. Y'all can ghost my plays, but you were sleeping on BNet. So chase it while it's running and get ready to pop some corks. You'll never be as cool as me, you're not OG like me and Dort. I discovered BNet, I was the first to go long. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone's talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG. I bought it before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG. I bought it before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG.
Who wrote this? Death for my birthday. All credit to him. That's fucking awesome. Unsubbed. That was fucking hilarious. Yeah, it was. Imagine being the BNet shorts, coming here and listening to that, knowing that they're fucked. Replay it. This is amazeballs. Fire, put it on Spotify. Glorps, we lost 5,300. We're going to the core of the earth. Maybe. We almost just gapped down, but then we filled it, and now we can just go down normally. There's no support where we're going, guys. Nvidia not greater than the US economy. Crazy, but possibly true. Hey, look, I made 100% on my option. When the song leaked to SS? No, for real. Don't give it to Super Stunk. It's not me singing. This is one of the greatest days of my life. It's a low bar, huh? Literally sold Nvidia at the top and threw profits into spy puts. Thanks, Gherkin. Fuck yeah, McLovin. It's good to have you back, man. Chicka chicka wow. There's no support where we're going is my new first tattoo. Perfect beach for a Djibouti beach. Exactly. Beat. Is this cat what? Bounce on 80? Or is this just the beginning? Gap fill. McLovin's back. Yeah. The McLovin. I thought he went bankrupt. That's only a temporary status. Are my Carvana 20Ps finna print or what? Tuned out for 2 hours. What's happening to Spy? It's dying. For some reason, FSLR is not. Should I close these debit spreads and just take the money? Maybe I want to average that down. It's September. Okay, that was good. Did I actually get filled at fucking 182? No way. Oh fuck, I did. Nice. How are we down fucking like 120 bips today? And VIX is still under 13. Can the Bulls bounce this? Maybe. God, my support resistances are so accurate. That's 2 cents off, though. There we go. I've missed every good drop the last couple of weeks. They've been like, well, because of the way people are positioned, they've been really aggressive and then they don't last long. See you tomorrow, Sasan. Congratulations, man. Why did you put Jimmy back up? I just wanted to watch it die. Why would Jimmy run tomorrow? I mean, like, seriously. Is there a thesis behind that? Or just, whoa, what the fuck? AMD's getting dumped on. Look at these fucking drops. Jesus Christ. Am I long anything? I'm gonna get the fuck out. Well, I'll stay long, I don't want to, I'm not gonna stay long on this. Just buy back into that. Can we bounce? Maybe a lot of profit taking. 52.83. Bounce back to 95. We're getting dangerously close to the MM going long Vana here. Very close. If we fall under 52.75, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Tiny gap up on VIX. Interesting. Look at FSLR, still just fucking chilling at 250. I think we're almost long Vana. It's gonna like run away a little bit, but we're like right on top of it. Hmm. Yeah, tomorrow's economic news is impactful. We have durable goods in the morning. Nvidia up 10% when the market crashes. What a storybook ending. Hmm. Gauk, GME is hurt. Yeah, I know. It fell below 20. Being below 20 is not good. It doesn't want to be down there. It can start to slide. Barnes and Nobles are not the creator of GameStop, at least not BNED. BNED is Barnes and Noble Education, which is fucking nothing to do with GameStop. It has nothing to do with Barnes and Noble either. Imagine if we kept our Netflix puts open, but it hit my price target. Why would I have kept them open? Because it hit the second price target? That's nice. But imagine, imagine the that money went into FSLR 0 or 1 DTs today. FSLR is freaking Chad. Yeah, it is. We're not negative on it yet. We bounced off it. I need some guy to buy about $1 million worth of BNED for fun. People still don't get that there's an infinite money glitch, but it doesn't come from diamond hands. They'll learn one day. Where's the, or they won't, you know, it's, where's the flip point at? It moves, but it's like 52, 70, 72-ish. It should, I mean, in a healthy situation, it should move ahead of price, right? Like it should always stay ahead of the falling price. Um, but on some occasions, the price is falling faster than the market maker's hedge can keep up. But I would say right now it's probably around like 71, 72. This is not healthy. No, no, it's not. My Vega puts are up 18%. Is this what you meant by sell early, or should I let them keep running, assuming? Because this seems ultra bear. I mean, 18%. It depends on your entry and stuff, but 18%'s like an okay return, right? I mean, that's kind of what you're maybe targeting. I don't know what you're targeting with your returns on them or how much theta you have. But volatility has not mean reverted. So I mean, generally when I close those positions, I'm waiting for a mean reversion in volatility, right? Which would still be like the historic average is 16. And vol is very far from that. VIX like 15, 17. Sometimes I'll start scaling out as early as 14, depending on how supportive I think things are. Can we ban the use of the wife's boyfriend thing? We aren't cucks anymore. We make money and sleep with other dudes' wives now. We're rich bitches now. Congratulations on your pets. Some people are into that though. You can't kink shame them. What about Carl? $52.67, significant below $52.75. No. 70 has some support. Me and Dave were talking about this back when we were at 295. I think. Was it Dave? Might have been Lawrence. I don't remember. Where are most of the zero GTE puts? I assume we'll capitulate if we get close to them. They're all in the money. You guys are making money? Yeah, yeah. Is this a V? It's a good time to try for one. I just got here. I thought NVIDIA had saved the market and cured cancer. What happened? No. NVIDIA beat earnings. And then the market didn't care. Days like today make it really hard to set stops. I got stopped out of my puts way earlier, missed out on massive gains. Seems like it happens at any time I try to be responsible. Answer me this. Did you make money? Like the options you bought, did you make a profit on them? Well, yeah, then shut the fuck up. Why don't you become consistently profitable and then worry about maximizing profits, right? If we start moving up towards them, they'll want to close. Would you just go away, AJ? You're aggravating me, and it's making me mean to other people. It's all your fault. I bought a spy put with unsettled cash that I thought I would sell tomorrow. Gutted it's up 125%, but I can't sell due to GFV. I got to be excited and couldn't wait till tomorrow to buy. You probably don't have, I'm assuming you don't have a margin account. Yeah, that sucks. Well, you're a terrible shoulder to cry on. You're crying about bullshit. Ah, oh, sad me, I made money. You know, there's people out there, blue bananas, right now, that bought GME at $40. Like Andrew Tate. Then they sold their GME at a $20 loss, bought back in at $20, and now it's at 19. This is what happens when your penis is so small, you have to run away to Romania so no one ever sees it. Oh, bro, don't bring up the past. Andrew Tate has hundreds of millions. His net worth is like approximately $12 million, isn't it? It's not even that much money. Popcorn Trader's richer than he is. Who am I richer than? Andrew Tate. I don't really know much about him. He's just some like bald-headed chicken fuckers on Twitter or something. Some places say 12 million, others say 350. I wonder which articles he pays for. Do you guys know what a marketing team does? If it was 800 million, he wouldn't be in Romanian jail. He'd be like a minister, like a cabinet minister or something. Romania doesn't arrest 100+ millionaires. Probably get away with some criminal activity if you got like $50. I'll tell you what Andrew Tate does have is half the money he initially put into GME. That's something we can verify. Too soon. It's Kenny's now. Who's the real fucking Chad? Kenneth Griffin. Kenneth motherfucking Griffin. Kenny was the good guy this entire time. I know, he even tried to warn us back in 2021. He was like, you guys are going to lose all your fucking money. And then he took it all. Like, imagine the kind of fucking gangster you have to be to tell millions of people, I'm going to take everything you have, and then do it. If Ken Griffin ever has an alpha male boot camp, I'm going to attend. He is, I mean, can you think of anything more honest? Maybe he wasn't, maybe he was the first person to not lie during a congressional testimony in the history of congressional testimonies. He's like the Abe Lincoln of our generation. Kenny and DFV are just two sides of the volatility coin. Long and short. The yin and yang. For all things, there must be balance. How can you be calm as Vana is unleashed? I have like 50 September 4500 puts on the SPX, so I'm chilling. BMG, would you stop getting all of your Ko-Fis censored? Every time you do this, I have to go to the website and check what you said. Listen here, Ken, respect for that, but I'm still gonna fuck your ex-wife. Interesting. Is that worth it? I don't know if she's... I haven't seen her. The first people not to lie to Congress in a testimony were Frank Zappa, John Denver, and Dee Snider in 1985. I've watched that. It was excellent. If Jimmy drops to $10, I'm gonna load so much more. Thank you, Kenny. Yeah, but then it's... He's gonna make sure that it never goes back above 80 again, right? So it's like, it's... Yeah, you can win, just you'll win less. Hey, Gherk, do you want to chuckle? Look at the VIX daily candle. I've seen it. I mean, look at the VIX weekly candle, right? Hey, it's almost like we're only pricing in one rate cut now. How are we still pricing in slightly more than one rate cut? This is such bullshit. Fuck you, Fed Fund futures. That's the real crime in the market. The endless optimism of Fed Fund futures markets. Is today's red mostly due to PMI? Bad Fed minutes, hot PMI. You know, just more confirmation that all the things that are supposed to be going wrong are still going wrong. Nothing's actually changed, and nothing's ever been bullish. Reversing time here? Into what? Dispersion's breaking down like a motherfucker. And the USD is about to take the euro and the yen's lunch money. Do bulls even have a chance of pumping this back up today? Not really. There's a lot of in the money puts here. We have an hour and a half, so I mean that's probably their biggest advantage. Is if bears get like overconfident to the downside and buy a bunch of out of the money puts that never go in the money. It's December 30th. SPX is at 4,900. VIX at 8. There's still one rate cut priced in. I'd buy it. Things made sense for new info to drop to 5,300. The slide from 5,300 to 5,265 was mainly mechanical. Backed by positioning, yeah. But I mean, there are structural changes as well, right? Like dollars up a lot, yields are up a lot, financial conditions are tightening, and you know, the short vols on the call side, which should tell you most of what you need to know about where they think the market's going. Can you help me out? What the fuck is it called when money goes from big stonks to little stonks? Dispersion trading? Are you talking about dispersion? Breadth? Oh, okay. Bertoli, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance,
I'm
but
trying
we ain't
to
got
explain
rope.
to some
More than
people
a
and
chance,
also
'cause we ain't no
verify
coke.
my
Get the
own
cash in
understanding
advance,
of
'cause we
some
hold it
stuff.
the flow.
Okay, where do you
If
find
you eat the
decent,
mix,
really
Gherkin, it's
summarized
so
data on
fast. And then you read the DD,
summarized
cause
data
the
on
way
economic
checks
data
lead,
at
you
a
go
somewhat
to the
higher
moon,
level
Rex to the five
without
man
reading the
league,
entire
on the
document,
7
not
CCs,
instantly,
like a
just
fucking
macro
boom, man.
impact
RC and the VY, please,
outside
to the DG,
stream
and the
discussion.
Got the band GG on the CNBC saying
I'm not
that
sure what you
no
mean. Like,
and we might
you
be
just want
days, but we ain't
economic
that show.
data? I mean, you go to the source.
When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomb
That's
on both.
where it's most reliable, right? Anything beyond the source of the macroeconomic data is just going to be interpretation of the data, which ideally you want to eliminate. It's such a strange phenomenon when you lose the word to describe a concept that there's clearly a word for, and you definitely know it. It happens to me sometime too. It's shitty. Kind of wishing I hadn't gotten stopped out of my tomorrow DTE 5300p at 75. Fair. Yeah, well, it's because we were listening to the other song, the BNED song. So that it turned up. You're welcome. Looks like ES is falling back into the uptrend we started end of April. 5064 is the technical breakdown. So if we lose 5064, we're going to start to see CTAs dumping. Systematic traders are going to stop going long. They may not exit a lot of their longs, but they're going to stop going long. They're going to stop acting as buyers. In that case, I guess, where's the best explanation of how the moving parts are interlinked? Because sometimes I still feel like I'm guessing at reasons or specific data ranges. I mean, it's okay. Well, at some point there, you're going to have to ask yourself, do you want to gain a significant understanding of macroeconomics? Because you're talking about, like, what you're asking, like how to understand how everything is interlinked, comes with a deep and practiced knowledge of macroeconomics, right? I mean, you're a developer, right? Like a programmer. I wouldn't even begin to want to touch on figuring all of that out, right? I'm trying to get myself more confident in my prediction. So I really don't recommend, unless that's something you want to do. I don't recommend diving too deep into macro trading. It's it requires a lot of knowledge, and not just of the US economy, right? But you need to have a fairly good knowledge of the global economy and then the US's role in that economy. And an economics class is not going to be sufficient, right? There's a million people on Twitter who've taken economics classes and have opinions, and they're all wrong, right? So, I mean, I have some books I can recommend you to get started. If you DM me, I'll send them over to you, and some papers to read. But it's still just going to be a base, like it's still just going to give you a basic understanding. It works best when you have the capital to manipulate the macroeconomics. I mean, that's bullshit. You just need to understand how the people with the capital to manipulate macroeconomics are going to manipulate macroeconomics, right? It's all just a game. Everything is strategy, right? Like when me and Dirk were talking about how analysts are constantly predicting uh downward estimates of non-farm payrolls, despite non-farm payrolls being up every month, right? Analysts are always estimating that the next month will trend down, right? So this is like actual, and then analyst estimates are all this. And it's been like this for like 3 years now. And the labor market hasn't softened at all, right? But what happens is after the print, right? That's hot. You know, the market hedges and it's affected. And then the market looks out to that next estimate. And they don't look at just, you know, it doesn't just look like, it's not like people hedging are just looking at one, right? They're looking at the consensus. And the consensus estimate is that, you know, non-farms are going to fall. And so they go, okay, well, you know, we're looking for non-farms to fall, and that's what we're going to place our bets on, because that's the consensus estimate, right? And so the people with the money to move the markets are betting alongside their analysts that it's going to fall, despite it being wrong every fucking time, right? It's like Fed fund futures are still pricing in a rate cut for 2024, despite the fact that the Fed has basically said we can't cut rates. As long as these conditions persist, and they have persisted, we can't cut rates. So if you understand how the data is gamed, then you can take advantage of that, right? You can go short the print, and then you can just go net long for the next month while conditions improve from the initial shock. What happens if the Fed goes under? They can't. They're able to turn their losses into assets. So there's really no way for the Fed to fail. The share recall ups before downs is also a huge, non-intuitive concept to people new to the markets, or tails wagging dogs. It's been fascinating to learn these things from you and stuff. Thanks, Wabeef. How you been, man? I haven't seen you for a few days. Did your wife catch you trading again? Was some type of news announced a couple hours ago? No. Well, we got the tips at 1 o'clock. That was bad. Although it didn't really have a very immediate effect. Maybe the Fed thought their perceived bullishness towards a rate would be enough to push the economy even through all the data that's been pretty bearish. I mean, that's what the Fed is trying to do. They're trying to protect actively. They're trying to protect the banks, right? By constantly implying that they could cut rates in the future, right? And by doing that, they're able to keep rates high, but keep the economy and the job market resilient. Because most people, the vast majority of people, just operate on the service level, businesses included, right? They're going to take what the Fed says as the gospel and run with it. Most of the government's going to do that. Most equity is going to go that way, right? There's going to be very few contrarians. And so the Fed can do that. They can go, they can say, we're going to keep rates where they are at this not really restrictive level, but high, much higher than the long run average. And that protects the banks from failure, right? But they're not moving them up. But then they can speak dovishly in order to keep the top end of the yield curve down, right? And if they can do that for long enough, really, like if they could do that for 5 years, 10 years, potentially the bank's losses will eventually net off, right? And that maturity risk will slowly disappear. Here's the problem. The US government doesn't like to stop spending money. As a matter of fact, every year we like to spend more. And that spending is ruining the Fed's really good plan of doing nothing for 5 years. What happens if the SAX goes below the white line? Oh, I don't know. I drew that line months ago. Weeks ago? Months ago, probably. It's an important level. Well, sort of an important level. 5264 SPX is the technical breakdown. So if we slip this, we're in a reversal from the peak. It bounced off it. Yeah, I know. Good time for an entry on MAT. So MAT does look good, and it's kind of stable, and industrials have been doing well, right? But it is very index exposed, and it could sell off regardless of the positioning on it. So it's risky. MAT has become more risky with this drop in the market. I would probably avoid it unless I could confirm that the market had stabilized or was in a positive trend. Why doesn't the Fed have a heart-to-heart with Congress and nicely ask them to stop spending? I mean, they have in the best way they can, right? They're not really supposed to comment on fiscal policy. It's not part of their mandate, and it's kind of considered bad form for them to do that. They're not supposed to interfere, right? They're supposed to act neutrally in that regard. But even despite that, they have repeatedly said, we think that the current fiscal path is unsustainable over and over and over, and the Treasury has done nothing about that. Hey Dad, I joined the stream. Want to know if this bearish move will continue to tomorrow, or does the chain for today tomorrow look like it will bounce back to 5,300? This looks pretty bearish. Yeah, this is a significant test, if nothing else, and it absolutely could get a continuation. If we close here, that technically that would be very bad. 52.64. If SPX loses 52.64, what happens? It is I mean nothing, right? It's systematic funds or systemic funds will care. CTAs will probably care a bit, but it's not. Yeah, I know we lost it, but we haven't closed below it, so it's not technically a like a complete breakdown yet. We're probably going to see CTA buying fall off the tape. CTAs, if we continue down past like 211, CTAs are probably going to become net sellers again. Things get substantially more bearish the more we drop from this point. 52.64 looks weaker than Carl's C. A commodities trading advisor. Futures traders. Also MMs. But we lost it, but we haven't closed below it. We're talking bigger time scales, right? Like 52.64 on the daily is like a test of it, isn't very relevant. But a close below 52.64 is a reversal, right? So here, if we go out and we look at the weekly, and there's a big fat gap here too. 1 week, let's pull up like the 2050, right? So this is our prior high, 52.64, before we broke out at the end of May. This is our prior high. And that's what we're failing now, right? So people who've been holding through this top and here are now underwater, right? As we fail this level. Yeah, and then we look towards, you know, the lower range of May, or the top range there, but these aren't very significant. For those levels, you really want to go out to the monthly, right? And then you go out to the monthly, take a look at this. So 52.64 is the reversal on the weekly, right? As we start to fail April's high. And then, you know, similarly on the monthly, we'd be looking to 49.53 for support. And we're kind of late into May, right? So this setup, especially a close below the prior high on the monthly, is, you know, has a bearish bias. Much in the same way that we've talked about how, like, when the back half of the weekly print starts to get weaker, right? When on the weekly time frame, when you start to get lower and lower closes into the back half of the week, that's a really strong sign of weakness, because people who are along the front half of the week are selling off into the end of the week, which means that you're seeing a lot of profit taking. But on the daily, I mean, we do have a big gap here, right? We have a big gap down to like 52.46 from our current level. That may fill. It's not that old. It's only from the 14th, right? So there may be some continued exposure at those levels. And then below that, we'd be looking towards like the EMA 30 and here at the trend, which is, you know, roughly 198.32. Would you say this rejection of the bounce, predicated by inverse gravestone doji, means that the flowing inverse shooting star doji candle is on the horizon? I hate you. People take profits if they're trading. I know you say it, and I'm saying this now, but people will be complaining about the bounce we may get tomorrow on their 1 DTEs they didn't trim. Why are we bouncing tomorrow? Oh, because you're long TLT. Awkward. It's Friday? Friday's for the Bears. B-Ned's doing a thing. Oh, is it time for the song again? Dude, nice. I'm just gonna play it while it's running.
It's not a brick and mortar store. They don't have free Wi-Fi. Even though they carry a lot of debt, for me it was a buy. It was oversold and now it's a MOASS of sorts. Their book prices screw college kids. Now it's time to screw the shorts. I discovered BNet. I was the first to go long. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone's talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNet OG. I did the DD and placed my bid before you got out of bed. Y'all can ghost my plays, but you were sleeping on BNet. So chase it while it's running and get ready to pop some course. You'll never be as cool as me. You're not OG like me and Dort. I discovered BNet. I was the first to go long. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone's talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNet OG. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNet OG. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNet OG.
My calls for 2026 are up. My puts for 2025 are up. As QQQ drops through the bottom of our monitors, it's having a rough go of it. I don't know. Death for my birthday made it. That was the best stream song ever. Whoa. 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 Show me Uranus, right? Hold on one second. I gotta take that. I got you, dork.
Moon Tower requesting a pilot report. Copy that, Moon Tower. This is GME 510. We are currently ascending, and then descending, and then ascending a little bit more, and then descending a little bit more. Quite honestly, Moon Tower, we don't really know what the fuck we're doing. Roger that, GME 510. Let's see if we can maintain a steady altitude above market crash levels. 10-4, Moon Tower. Any word on the status of JP 42069? That's Jerome Powell 42069. Last I heard, they were inbound for a soft landing. I repeat, a soft landing. Negative, GME 510. No word from them yet. Oh, wait. Yes. Actually, here it comes. A little bit of crosswinds, but it certainly does look like they are coming for a very soft landing. We hear you loud and clear, Moon Tower. Requesting permission.
Sheila, so many great plays this week. I don't often get to watch you live. Thanks for all that you do. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I hope you did well. I'm going to assume you did. Thank you. Congratulations. I appreciate that. Have you seen the FinViz group screener? No. Can you get a test of 50 or bounce up more likely? Look at it? Okay. We could get a test of 50. There's support here. A bit. Things get a little grindier lower than this. But it's not out of the question. We can keep falling. I mean, gamma's kind of flat and negative below 5260 here, but we're getting a little bit of an increase in put interest at like 55 and 50, even down to like 40. Hold in the money, spying QQQ puts overnight. How much data? Because don't forget, there's durables in the morning, and if durables is cool, we'll probably bounce back to 5,300. Are they just waiting for calls to be cheap enough to buy en masse to overcome charm? Maybe, but I mean, right now there's no indication that they're capable of doing that or trying to do that. Well, currently we're below, like we're negative Vana right now. It's a really fucking hard to bounce it here. And you, by buying at the money or just out of the money calls, you run the risk of feeding vol to the MM and pushing the price down further. Like, generally, the best thing to do here is nothing. Like, if you're a participant and you don't want the market to drop more, your best bet is to not touch anything and kind of hope the MM starts to mean revert their hedge a little bit. Because if you buy calls, if you sell calls, or if you buy puts or sell puts here, you run a significant risk that the MM will push down further. Especially if you buy them in any size. The choice of the bulls here is to buy in the money calls. Yeah, deep in the money calls. So you would need to buy calls. You need to buy calls with like a lot of delta, like 80, 90, and they're just too expensive. No one wants to take that kind of risk. Tips are useless on SPX. Anything ever come of those in the money 5450 puts you noticed? Well, they're further in the money now. Or they've closed them. I didn't get SPX data last night, so I'm not really sure. Thank you for playing that, Gork. No problem, man. I showed me my anus. Have you been sunning your anus lately? Not your taint, but just your anus. That's really gonna help lift your mood. Is there any merit to adding to an FSLR position after how it held today? I'd probably wait. I mean, it may not be heavily index exposed, but it does have some. Oh, no. You... Sure, man. Will CNS have a positive effect on SPX action on BNAD? Maybe. We'll see. It's about 310. If you got a sunburn there, it would be excruciating. That's, well, I mean, you want to use a sunblock of some sort, tanning oil. Are you bummed that Salt Bay's New York City restaurant is closing? I've never eaten there. No, I don't care. Fed's Bostic Q&A at Stanford, reinflation trajectory, deceleration takes a longer period of time. It was surprising how fast it fell in the second half of 2023. That's because it didn't actually fall. They just modified the conditions under which we view inflation. Is opening a spy position now for the rest of the day very risky? Yes, because there's not a lot of momentum either way. I guess it would depend on what you're targeting. But there's some fairly significant risk. Maybe not to the upside. This is a weird spot to be in because if the MM starts to deleverage and their hedge stabilizes, the bulls may come in really, really hard. But if bulls try to come in hard before that, we're gonna tank. So both moves could be extreme, or nothing could happen at all because that's the best solution to this. Add the money puts is my thought. And maybe with like a fairly tight protection. I would say the same for calls. I parked some cash in a month-to-month CDs through State Bank of India. Yields were 5.3%, which is gained at maturity. Am I regarded for this, or I'm just living my best boomer life? Why would you want CDs through the Bank of India? That's worse than a treasury. You could have gotten 5.4% on the 3-month. Does the dealer hedge mean revert after hours? They're gonna need to keep hedging down. And after hours is another leg down. Depends on what. There's a lot of factors there. There's closing settlement. There's implied volatility overnight, right? So, I mean, if vol spikes here, the dealer is going to push down, right? Really hard. They're extremely volatility exposed at this price. Like an open lower, right? Or future slips in the overnight session. All of those things could impact that hedge. Sunning your butthole. There's a song for that. Oh, nice. I can't play that, but I think I've heard it before. Thank you, someone or Jay Shaw, Joshin, Josher. You can see these nuts, JK. But what are your thoughts on durables? They're gonna be hot. I think they're gonna be a lot hotter than projected. I think they're way under. I don't think they're going to be crazy hot because consumers have been pulling back, but I think they're going to be hot, a lot hotter than the estimate. So Jimmy, chances are higher we fall to 16 now, right? Then what in the short term? Stabilize around there and hope that cycles start to happen going forward. Yeah. I mean, if we get cycles, the first one should be sooner rather than later. You think Gerbil's goods numbers will inspire a lot of neutral straddle strangles before close, or this move put that kind of thing on the back burner? Well, so the problem with that is if people enter those positions right now, they're gonna drive bearish momentum. So yes, they do want that positioning before close, but that positioning may push us down. So we may get pushed into the bottom of where people are straddling. Because if you buy the out the money call right now, the MM's gonna sell. If you buy the put, the MM's gonna sell. You could short strangle, but nobody's gonna want to do that into durables, right? Follow-up question: how soon? I need to buy back my CC before any next run. I would love to know when. Thanks. Probably when you've realized profits. It's usually a good time to buy back your covered calls when you've realized profits sufficient for the risk. Scalp 6 times today with good risk management. Could have made more if more degenerate, but I'll take the smaller gain over how often it's been a loss. But I'll appreciate you making us learn. Thanks, man. Well, I bought an the money call, and the MM didn't sell. No one cares about your one call, Nuke. What does the MM want the SPX to close at today? And is it possible? Where would, like, are you asking where would the market makers hedge mean revert to? Like 5,300. What is it about the September SPX 4500? I have October's too. When are you going to teach us about the market maker and how to read their price action? That's not my job. What? You should have been paying attention. You've been here for 3 years. You got to read between the lines. The reason I asked about straddles and strangles is exactly that. This isn't a condition where the neutral positions would stifle price action. It could accelerate it one way or the other. Unless we get back above where the MM's Vana is, it would only push it down. Long positions will push down any spike, and because long positions will spike at the money IV, right? So if you go long the 52.65, right, you're going to push the IV on the contract up, which is going to make the market maker sell delta. If you go long the 52.55 or the 52.60, you're going to push up the IV on the IV on the contract, and that's going to force the market maker to sell. So right now, gamma up, vol up, right? Vol up, delta down. If you want like a heat map or a flow chart. When are you going to teach me how not to wet my pants? The stock moves up or down 3%. Not my job. Oh, yeah. That's how I was on top of it. If the pickle jar makes it to 5 years, can we have some sort of party? Not in person and no party games. Just regular market stuff, but you wear a VWAP party hat. Maybe. I like that. That's the kind of anti-social party I could get into. Encore for BNED song? If it breaks $1. I already played it twice. That's literally your job? Keeping you from wetting yourself? Just get one of those things that you strap to your leg for baseball games. I'm looking at other tool, and today plus tomorrow is way more negative gamma right now. So the more it comes back to positive, the more vol, the more delta sells. Yeah, you're not going to get a lot of insight from that. But yes. Maybe some. Those are nave exposure. No. Picklejar has an antisocial party every Friday night. It involves drinking and shaming, a colostomy bag, a condom catheter. Yeah, that's what it is. A diaper? Well, I guess he could. Yeah, well, that's bulky. I didn't say a diaper. Is GoEV getting shorted into the dirt? It's down like 13 cents. I'll wear the diaper, but not because you told me to. Listen, again, no kink shaming here. There's some large orders of the 125p, and who cares about the options flow in GME? Why are you guys are just spending your entire day watching short vol generate arbitrage positions on the chain? It's so boring. None of it means anything. It's just watch vol. Vol's going down, so's GME. You can rent out the former GME York, Pennsylvania distribution building for the party. You can't have a party in York, Pennsylvania. Focus on work for 5 minutes. Tap back to the stream. Suddenly you're talking about diapers. There was a issue. Don't yuck the yum. Exactly. I just bought a new seat foam for one of my cars and I'm feeling very smug. Is this how you feel all the time? Yeah. Well, not all the time, but between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 a.m. What's a pirate's favorite market mechanic? Arbitrage? My kink is shaming others for why kinks. I feel unseen and unheard. Hi, update. My Vega poots have gained one more Vega since last update. Congratulations. Well, that's talking the delta adjusted or skew adjusted gamma read. Few of us bother looking at the raw gamma much lately. Yeah, well, then you start to get into a lot of like once yeah. You start to get into a lot of ink well, I'm not gonna say that. How do I want to put this nicely? Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yes. It becomes. Well, it doesn't. It's not that it becomes. I guess the best word is it becomes very subjective. I can say that. I want to say it without casting shade, right? It's very subjective. I know, I know. They're not they're not always a little different. Sometimes they're quite a lot different. And there's a lot of assumptions that people make generally and academically about market makers that are incorrect. Very, very incorrect. Like theoretically, or at least if you follow the academic literature, the situation I just described with the market maker should be impossible. But it's not in practice. Not only is it not impossible in practice, it happens pretty frequently. It seems like we've hit the low here. I did say the best thing for everyone to do is nothing. I meant it. You're being super generous and diplomatic, and I appreciate that. I can't wait for the next tool in my toolbox. Thanks, man. When will it try and charge my card again for Dillionaire? I have no idea. I don't have access to any of the payment side things on YouTube. I assume whatever date that you signed up, like 30 days later. But it should just charge right away as when you fix the card, but like prorated for the number of days in the month. And if it does that, it should just automatically refresh your membership. You take cash in the new beta program? I'll mail you cash. I don't want to be mailed cash. we'll take like, you know, credit cards or whatever the fucking, you know, normal shit. Are you a drug dealer? Do we need to work out something special? I'll tell you what I won't take. Certified fucking checks from Nigeria. No, you can't Venmo me money. Stop it. 5 Amex gift cards with your name on it. Can't use them at Costco. How much are you thinking the new data subscription will cost? Like monthly? We're not entirely sure yet because we haven't locked down all of the fees, licensing, the cloud stuff. Once we have a better idea of that, we'll have, you know, like a fee schedule. Innocent Greg. He doesn't even realize that he is the drug dealer. That's silly. Western Union replacement. Oh, that reminds me. Someone sent me a Western Union like forever ago. FSLR 260 tomorrow. Eh. Or just right here? Is right here okay? It doesn't have to just keep going up nonstop. It could consolidate for a while. One take and bake pizza per month, same like Dillionaire. I don't know. I don't know what take and bake pizzas cost. I would never eat one, but I can assure you that whatever that costs, I will make sure that it's more expensive than that. I in fact deal allergy meds since it's allergy season right now. It's a rough one too. Did you make the app? What, making it? I haven't been trading. I'm sick and I blew up my port. God damn it. I took profits this time though, so not the whole thing. Okay, alright. Well, that's better. Stop blowing up your fucking ports, Maeve. Sold puts squeezed today? A little bit, yeah. Although, there were mostly long puts on the chain. You know what didn't squeeze? Sold calls at all. Bull's slowly pushing it up. No. There's not a lot of delta being added here. It's just like the like IV's dropping. So the MM's not selling as much. We're trading flat for long enough. So we're getting back above, the like point at which Vana is negative. It's just gonna keep going down, right? And then if we stay flat long enough, it will fall through us rather than us rising through it, right? So it's kind of like you have the price, and then this, like if like we dove under it, right, and traded flat, but it keeps going down, and then we break free of it the further it gets away from the money. Does that make sense? I can't post the cost of the membership on my cards. Will you accept a freshly tanned deerhide female milking goat? Just use one of those like fake cards online. That's like I purchased like shoes or whatever, and then like, but you're actually buying porn. You know which ones I'm talking about. Yo, boys, how we doing today? Love the stream card. Get fucked, bulls. Has GME stabilized? I don't know. Ew. Uh, it can still bounce back to 20 from here, but it's not good that it lost 20. But I have GOAT. I mean, I don't know. Trade Popcorn Trader the GOAT for cash. Then take the cash, put it on a disposable debit card. Boom. Is it going the way of Office Max? Oh no, did they close Office Max? All we have left now is Staples? Don't tell me that. That's gonna make me really sad. I hate Staples. Where am I gonna get my office supplies? We have Office Depot. Okay. Okay, I've got like 6 DMs about this, so I'm just gonna say this now. Nothing about the stream or Dillionaires or any of that is changing because of the platform. Really? I'm not leaving. And no, you don't have to write your own pickles picks. Why are you changing everything? Fear? Don't yell fear, okay? We all know that increases volatility. Chances of drilling into close. Moderate. Moderate. I do think it's recovering a little, and vol is slowly decreasing, which could give us some lift if puts capitulate, which they haven't really done yet. But if they do, then we might get a little upside. I don't know how much we could get. That's questionable. That would depend on in the money profit taking. I guess if we get back above 280, it could move back to 5,300. But 280 is still pretty far away. Not as questionable as my sexuality. Listen, Navy Nuke. We already know about your penchant for small boats and seamen. Okay, you didn't have to be so direct. Does your wife know? How far should I rewind for your MM speech? What MM speech? I don't know what you're talking about. Have you ever milked a goat? No, I don't touch animals. Gross. Surface Smurf. Welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Surprising. You've previously stated you hate all things Pigeon Whale. Very interesting indeed.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket.
Your Windmill Willie speech? Oh, okay.
Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Well, they've ended up. The market maker ended up in a position briefly there. We're out of it now, but briefly there where they were short Vana. Or I guess long Vana. Long Vana on the hedge. Depends which side you want to look at it from. But Vana exposed, which they really shouldn't be, right? Because they should be properly delta hedged. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. It was a milestone? That tricky bitch. I'm going to ban him. That was pretty clever. Well, first of all, I'm not creating a stock scanner. Second of all, absolutely fucking not. Stolen valor? An attempt at stolen valor. He's now been silenced for 24 hours. We haven't named it yet, officially. When's the beta cutoff? We'll let everyone know. Don't worry about it right now. It'll be like an ex-dividend date. We'll give out the cutoff date in advance. Will it be like unusual whales? Well, I hope it's fucking better than that. Ew. Patty's #1 groupie. Who said stolen valor? I will find you. I will steal their valor, if you know what I mean. Really leaning into the questioning your sexuality now. I like it. Blink if hedgies are shorting oil to stabilize their balance sheets. What? You mean reduce forward inflation expectations? Ew, fractals are gross. How about drop near? Formerly known as Gherk's P.O. Box guy. I can't believe you've left me for Patty. Are you now servicing her box? Fucking rude. Upgraded membership to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, Wendy's Dumpster. Welcome aboard. It's a Navy thing. We act super gay, even though we're straight as arrows. I mean, hard, like penises, because they're erect. For box, what are you, 100? It worked. Fuck you. Let's see you come up with a joke that good. After a guy named after your P.O. box changes his name to Patty's #1 groupie. Alright, don't you fucking stand there and insult my wit. That was fantastic. I'm gonna get you disbarred. Unbelievable. You shouldn't be allowed in a courtroom if you can't appreciate that. What states can I still challenge BMG to a duel in? Dueling. Where is it legal? Okay. We can meet in Texas or Washington for mutual combat. I'm not dueling you. How about the Pitcairn Island? Also, Western Sahara or international waters. Uruguay until 1992, but unfortunately not anymore. Are you monetizing Pickles Picks to the pores? That would just be Dillionaire. Why you guys gotta rat me out? That's what you get. If you aren't careful, I'll make you make another YouTube account. And ironically, Birmingham, UK. BNED song incoming. Maybe. Ooh, if we break 70, we can go to 80. And if we break 80, we can go to 5,300. We have 10 minutes. This is the time for the bulls to shine. You know how our fights end. With you face down, then me face down. We can't just say you wanted to hang out instead of this aggro behavior. It's not fitting into 2024. Alright, fair enough. Takes place in a public space, doesn't result in serious injury, and participants follow state law. Sounds like it's all glove slaps. It was all in good fun. Also, to be honest, I'm a console admin, so it's less than 20 seconds to make for me. That's too easy. It'll get shorted overnight. What will? BNAD? Probably. Kept on the 50 deep in the money and closing in on $1. But tomorrow's T+2 from yesterday. Encore, encore, encore. I mean, it's down 30% on the day. Alright, fine. I'll play it one more time. But this is it. This is the last one.
It's not a brick and mortar store. They don't have free Wi-Fi.
See you tomorrow.
For me, it was a buy. It was oversold and now it's a MOASS of sorts.
Welcome to Dillionaire Wendy's dumpster.
Now it's time to screw the shorts. I discovered BNet. I was the first to go along. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone's talking like this is another GME.
It sounds like music from a testimonial video for antidepressants. That's what it is. What do you think this stream is, Duncan? Songs can't be unheard.
Y'all can ghost my plays, but you were sleeping on BNet. So chase it while it's running and get ready to pop some chorus. You'll never be as cool as me. You're not OG like me and Dort. I discovered BNet. I was the first to go along. It used to could stop, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone's talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNet OG. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNet OG. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNet OG.
This actually sounds like the soft pop songs they play during transitions at a mega church. Yeah. Transition from 66 cents to 81 cents. I just realized all the summer pop songs sound like pharma songs. Yeah, because you're supposed to be out in the sun enjoying life. Just like they show you in the commercial. Not crying over crippling erectile dysfunction like real life. With an exposed butthole. That's correct. I sold it before it was cool. I told you that in confidence. I'm sorry, silliest buddy. Sorry, I'm late. What did I miss? New songs, erectile dysfunction talk, a rant about market makers, indiscretion. I challenged BMG to a duel and he refused. Dork made $20. Typical Thursday. Oh, a fake pigeon whale. That's a different... That's not the same. It's more of a sword fight, BMG. In which case, on guard. Was FSLR so smooth on the way up yesterday because the market makers were hedging it live? Or will we have T+2 tomorrow? I don't really think T+2 is a thing there. But yes, because the delta was increasing rapidly. Say again? I said it all. Who am I? Voldemort? He can't even say my name. It's not... I'm not talking to you. You're muted. You're timed out. You don't get commentary. It's not going to be a duel. Our swords will be crossed. Play my Zillionaire song, Small Man, on my phone. I have it somewhere. Hold on. Someone earlier was like, if I become a Dillionaire, will you play the old Dillionaire song? And I was like, I need to find it, but I think I know where it is.
We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
Maybe it's time to remix the classics. Maybe. You guys remember this one? Flashbacks? Do you think BNet is topped out? I hope not. Definitely end the stream with Bear today. When Pi-Fi LP record with stream songs? I gotta find someone who can cut the vinyls. Maybe we could get it on 8-track and then GME could sell it to people. You guys know they're bringing back DVDs? And Ryan Cohen's new bullish business move? He's going to become the sole distributor of DVDs in the United States. Him and random sellers on Amazon. Some guys on eBay. He's going to take over that market so quick. So Blockbuster? I mean, he couldn't beat him at NFTs, so... Oh, 1 second. Ooh, I gotta go. I'll write something for end of day. Have a good night, everybody. Later.